evening from the Waitakere City here in New Zealand for Game 1 in Week 1 of the 2004-2005 Phillips Championship. Tonight it's the Breakers versus the Sixers. Kiwis, of course, embarking on their second assault on Australia's flagship competition. Of course, the Adelaide franchise, one of the long-time glamour teams of the competition. Pero Cameron didn't play in the game, the corresponding game 12 months ago because of injury. He looks terrific tonight. And we have Hamish Carter, now a national sporting hero in New Zealand, of course, following his gold medal triumph in the triathlon in Athens this year. Great moment for him, no doubt. And plenty of rugby league flavour here in this fantastic stadium. The Warriors Player of the Year, Warangi Korpu. So it's Adelaide who controlled the tip, and the new season is underway here in Auckland, and straight away they look to get us underway, and what a start for the 36ers.
Dusty Reichardt there from the three-point line. He's looking to get on the scoreboard early. Aaron Olsen with the ball, Ben Pepper at the top. Pero trying to seal his man inside. Foul on Reichardt. That's the thing, Costa, when Pero gets a man on his back, he's tough inside. Reichardt's going to have to play in front of him, otherwise he's going to be in trouble for the whole match.
Pero, as I said a moment ago, he looks lean and mean. So the Breakers now with Chappell, and that is splash. What a start for Mike Chappell. Averaged 23 points a game last season. 3 plays 3 here at the Trust Stadium in Waitakere City. Adelaide moving the ball around to Ma, and that drops. 3 points there for the captain.
Olsen's going to have to play Ma a lot closer than that. He can shoot the ball anywhere on the court.
Olsen now surveying his options, goes to Hanari, the co-captain for this new season. Hanari now goes across to Pepper, one of the new faces, and that comes out of the cylinder. And the 36ers bring it back up the floor. Ma, the skipper now, across to Farley, back in Adelaide colours. He fires the shot, the jumper is no good, but they get the rebound, the 36ers. Here they go once more, working baseline is Reichardt.
A key thing there for the Breakers, they need to box out their players. Farley got the easy rebound there. That was a fault of Aaron Olsen. He needs to get in there and box the man out and get in there and help the big guys on the rebound.
Olsen now guarded by Ma. Puts up the shot. 3 points once more. At an absolute age, really. Nothing really doing for a while. 3-point spread here. And no change to that score. The rebound has been taken by Chappell. He brings it back up the floor straight away. Brendan Pongia in the box tonight alongside myself as Hanari looks to get things going now. Chappell, Pero Cameron from 3-point land.
Cannot leave that man alone. He'll shoot the 3-point shot all day. Well, the great inside and then outside to Pero is left wide open for a nice open 3-point shot.
Reeves, also back in Adelaide colours. Reichardt, who was a standout performer in the Blitz final against Sydney. And the Breakers bring it back up the floor. Olsen getting the board and tries to get the shot away. Doesn't drop for him, and Ma now steadies the ship for the 36ers.
Coach Arcega wouldn't have been happy with that early shot from Aaron Olsen. He wants the team to run through the moves and make the other team play defense, which they didn't do on that last play.
Reichardt, splash! It's a 3-point shootout. Arcego, a real sense of urgency here in the opening minutes for the Breakers head coach. Hanari, Chappell, Cameron. And they work it now into the paint. And Pepper with the layup. Great execution from the Breakers. And it's still Adelaide by 1.
Ben Pepper, that's what they need to do. They need to get the ball inside to Ben Pepper. Easy baskets. There's Brett Maher. They're trying to set the screens on him to get him open. Another shot for Brett Maher on the baseline. We've got to pick up the defense there.
On the transition, Pero Cameron.
That was a tough call on TC there. I didn't think he travelled.
Well, he took steps according to the referee. There's the jam, the first slam jam of the new season. Oh, Willie Farley, great to see you back in Adelaide colours.
Yeah, it's interesting. Frank Arcego said early on before the game that Willie Farley and Brett Maher probably two of the best guards in the competition.
Mike Chappell, Mr. Smooth. And now Cameron with another three.
Pharaoh Cameron's been doing that all pre-season. He did it at the World Championships. He did it late at the Olympics.
Pharaoh Cameron, of course, All-Star 5 from Indianapolis from a couple of years ago. And now Adelaide pick up another two, courtesy of Rees, the veteran. He's been just about everywhere in this league. Seen more towns than a Greyhound bus. Cameron now. Rees looking to bring some experience to this Adelaide team and plenty of size as well. Farley now brings it back up the floor.
Yep. Farley looking for the three-point shot. Hand up, there it goes. Mike Chappell, that's Breakers' ball. I think an important thing, you're seeing the Breakers when they're coming down on offense, they're looking for Pepper inside. The defense on the Adelaide side's dropping in, which is leaving the men outside open. If Pepper can turn and find the open man and we can hit the open shot, we get good open shots.
Well, you talk about Pepper. Brendan, of course, he has been in steady form in the pre-season matches, did quite well against the 36ers of all teams before the real deal got underway. Here is Chappell now. Olsen drives it and has been fouled in the process. Big crowd here, happy, not so Phil Smythe, of course, three-time championship winner as a player, 3 championships as a coach.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to play against Phil Smythe when he was coaching the Australian side, and yes, we did beat the Australians that day, Jason.
It's a long time ago, though. Our times have changed. Aaron Olsen out from the stripe. Chappell coming into this new season under an injury cloud, a problem with his ankle. As Olsen makes it 2 of 2. And it's Adelaide with a 2-point buffer here at this state-of-the-art stadium. They spent something like $25 million on the place. Rijkaard has been fouled.
Yeah, the Adelaide side are setting a lot of screens on the baseline, especially for their shooters. Rijkaard come off the screen there. Perry came a little bit late, too slow moving his feet, caused the foul.
So the 36ers with the inbound. And now Rijkaard from three-point land. Can't get it to tumble, and they try to get the rebound through Farley. Another foul has been called on Aaron Olsen this time. That's his first foul for the night. Midway through this first period, and Rijkaard doing what he does best.
Communication on the Breakers there. They need to really communicate, especially with Rijkaard. He scored his last 3 baskets down the court. It's just a matter of talking.
Chappell from downtown, and he doesn't let you down. 1-point game. So the Breakers narrow the deficit. Maher, the captain, great assist, and a very good finish it was from Rijkaard. 12 points already. First player into double figures. Hanari, Cameron, Olsen. Hanari just surveying his options once more, guarded by Farley. Comes back to Chappell, thought about the open look, now puts up the shot for 2. That's an air ball, but that counts.
It wasn't an air ball, that was a pass. That was a great pass.
Well, it puts the scoreboard reading at 21-20, and Farley comes up now to extend the lead for the 36ers. The lead out to 3. Hero Cameron now. And there's the hook off the rim, trying to get the putback. Does well for a big man. He's not selfish either. But Adelaide come away with it. Now the 36ers looking to extend the lead, but the Breakers come up with a rebound. And this, the opening game of the Phillips Championship of 2004-05. Hanari and Olsen combining. Dero Cameron got it back to Hanari. Olsen with the shot. Off the back of the rim. Adelaide with the rebound. Holmes brings it back up the floor. Ma, and there's the finish. There's the flush.
Yeah, I talked to the coach earlier before the game. This Adelaide side were looking to push the ball, and they are pushing the ball up in the court. The Breakers are looking a little bit tired early on. Maybe we might see a few substitutions.
Chappelle, the front of the rim, and it's Ma with the rebound. Straight away, back up the floor. The captain looking to go coast to coast. Comes back to Holmes. Doesn't tumble for him. And Cooper couldn't get the board. But they will get possession here, the 36ers. So the Breakers have called a timeout, the first of the new season. And it's a 5-point spread. Adelaide 25, the Breakers 20. Well, a good start for the Adelaide 36ers, just the 4 wins on the road last summer, and tonight they have come to play.
Yeah, they have come to play, Costa, and I think Coach Arcega will be talking to his team about their defence. They've been beaten up the court a number of times. Easy baskets for the Adelaide side, and Frank will be letting them know he's bringing Dylan Boucher in, and you know, Dylan will bring a lot of defensive pressure.
You need to talk to each other, and then you need to go to close out and put the pressure. We're having to deal with penetration and kicks, right? The next thing is
and this is what you call hanging with Mr. Cooper.
Yeah, Mr. Cooper, he played here in New Zealand. This is great. He's just wide open. No talk on the defensive end. The guy played in Palmerston North. I've seen him. He's one of the top shot blockers in the National League here in New Zealand. He's been picked up by the Adelaide side and a good asset to their team.
That's the goal zone. New venue, but same colour.
Same colour, Costa. There's plenty of celebrities out there. You see Jonah Lomu sitting down there. John Follett from the skybox.
It's a galaxy of sporting stars. Both codes of rugby, triathlons. Hamish Carter, of course. All enjoying the delights of game 1 of this new season of the Phillips Championship. Holmes with the inbound. This is Ning. Last season was training just once a week. A medical student from Adelaide himself. Homegrown talent. There he is in the 8 jumper. And now Holmes goes to work. Comes up with a turnover.
Sean Reddick with the blocks. Just walked on the court. Great rebound by Ben Pepper. Nice follow-up.
3-point spread here. Just over 3 minutes remaining in the first period. Foreman, Ma, Ing, and Cooper. Thought about driving, goes back to Ing, and he can shoot. Let me give you the tip. He might have a second go. No, they go back to Ma from 3-point land.
Brett Ma, you need to get a hand on Brett Ma.
He is little but lethal.
Very lethal.
Hanari. Added responsibility this campaign for Paul Hanari, sharing the captaincy with Dero Cameron. There he is, Hanari in possession, goes for the shot.
He was fouled on the 3-point shot. That'll be 3 shots. The Breakers have a very defensive orientated squad out there with Boucher and Thompson. Big Ben Pepper.
Dylan Boucher, part of the Tall Black connection here at the Breakers. Part of the boys that suited up, of course, in Athens.
I was lucky enough to go and watch them there, Costo. He had his first shot.
And of course, Phil Jones, well, he wasn't found wanting in that tournament. And a real shame that he's not suiting up for a second season in the Australian flagship competition, the Phillips Championship.
And now he's in Italy. This is a problem for the Breakers earlier on last year, was their free throw shooting. It cost them a lot in a couple of the games early on. It's good to see that Paul made 2 of his 3 free throws, which has been subbed in by Lindsay Tate.
Adelaide, incidentally, was the team that put a stop to the Breakers making the playoffs last season. 36ers sneaking into 8th spot in the basically last week of the competition, and away come the Breakers. Tate doing remarkably well, and Johnson dropped the shot. Pepper, though, still hungry for it. Boucher's got it back. 2 minutes remaining in this first period. Back to Boucher from Pepper. Boucher goes baseline. Awkward pick-up it was, at the top of the key. And now Thompson off the front of the rim. And finally we get some luck for the Breakers.
Yeah, Redditch there got fouled and made the shot, so he gets the 2 points and will go to the free throw line for the 1. Here he is. They get the ball inside. He goes up, fakes, straight into the body, and 1. Great basket, great control.
There's the bonus. So just 1 point in this one. Just over 90 seconds away from quarter time here at the Trust Stadium in Waitakere City. Ing. His rookie season last year, of course. Ma. They love him down there in Adelaide. A real crowd favourite, the veteran. And has been fouled in the process there.
Every time Brett Maher's had the ball, he knows he can get past his man one-on-one. So he's been able to drive in and either take his own shot or kick to the open player. Someone's got to step up and shut him down. Cooper, the inbound, and now well, fighting for possession, and Adelaide not convincing there, but Ing gives it back to Reese. And the 36ers with Foreman. And he too has been fouled. I think that was caught on Ben Pepper. He may have put an elbow out and moved out of the way. 4th team foul for this quarter. Just over a minute to go in this opening period. Ing back to Ma. And a great block. The shot has been rejected. And Adelaide have still got it. And finally there is a board pulled down by Thompson. So the Breakers weather the storm. And at the other end of the floor, they just miss out through Pepper. And Ma once more brings it back up the court for Adelaide. Cooper. And another foul.
40 to hold handshake.
Redditch,
2,
the new signing, formerly playing in Tasmania in one of the domestic competitions. It's the man who came up with a violation. So Cooper goes to the stripe and the goal zone fires up accordingly. This guy here, like I said, he played in New Zealand. He played 2 years in New Zealand. He played for the Palmerston North side. The guy can rebound. He's a great shot blocker. And he's a good team man. He does all the little things well. He sets screens and rebounds. And a good asset for the Adelaide side. And Adelaide get it back. So more pressure here on the Breakers defence. Willie Farley, will he have a dip? Yes, he does. And it doesn't go for him. And it's a breaker ball. Yeah, a big stat from this first quarter. 7 offensive rebounds the Adelaide side have managed to get. The Breakers have to box out. That's 7 more opportunities at the basket. And in comes away with possession for Adelaide. Looking for support, finds Farley. what's going on with that buzzer. Some confusion here at the end of the first period, but that is it. That is it. First quarter of the new Phillips Championship has concluded, and at the break it's the Sixers. The 36ers by 2. 29 plays, 27 over the Breakers.
She's a girl. Sad to say she wants...
Yeah, I found a job that I really love, and sports journalism's it. Well, I relate to it having played basketball at an international level. It's easy. Who moved the bin? Somebody moved the bin.
No real surprises. Man U and Arsenal getting...
But I'm not presenting, I'm in the office sniffing out that human interest story. Who to me? How would I describe myself? You can say I'm a people's person. I work well in a team environment. Yeah. Harvey Williams.
You idiot.
Yeah, using the latest technology is great, mate.
That's a huge hit.
Yeah, that's pretty good. What about that shot there?
Oh, Brendan, how many times have I told you? Don't touch it.
Sorry, mate.
Ah, you always do this.
Yeah, mate. I practice a bit just to keep the shooting skills sharp.
Yeah, mate. Can we get an interview with Jonah's dad? Yeah, tomorrow.
Good sports, real sports news. Sport 365, every night at 9:30, Sky Sport.
Favourite player?
Well, Phil Smythe, he has good memories and not so good memories, of course, coming here to New Zealand, not just from a club point of view, but of course from a national point of view.
Yeah, but he's a great coach. He was a great player. Probably one of the top point guards that Australia ever had back in the day.
Oh, hello. Hello. We've got a bird flying through the stadium.
Is that a bird?
Well, it's a cross,
Kiwi.
cross between a pigeon and Rainbow Bright. It's a Kia, they tell me. I'm sure our viewers watching this one through Fox Sports would be more familiar with crows, but quite colourful, this bird, nevertheless.
Mate, I've seen Kias, and that's the wettest looking Kia I've seen.
I'm with you, Pongs. I'm with you. Certainly gave me a bit of a fright here from high above. This new stadium. Well, he's landed safely. The Eagle has landed. Or the Kia, I should say. Jonah, he's pretty happy too.
I think Jonah, he's back into training now. He's getting ready. It looks like he might make a comeback for the Sevens. He's been boxing, and he's had that new kidney, and he's looking good. Hamish Carter, Olympic gold medalist. Now, I happened to be over in Athens, and I watched Sarah Ulmer win the gold medal. And what a moment that was against an Australian prostate.
I was waiting for that. So a 2-point spread here as we get ready for the second period at the Trust Stadium here in the Waitakere City to the west of Auckland. The goal zone well populated, as it was, of course, last season at the North Shore Event Centre. 2-point ball game, good game at that, and the opening game, of course, to this new season.
Both coaches, I don't think, will be very happy with that first quarter. Scoring 29 points and 27 points apiece.
Well, when you look back 12 months ago, they gave up 25, the Breakers, but racked up 44 in the corresponding game. It was an incredible opening 12 minutes to the new season. But of course, that is all in the past, and the Breakers now looking to perhaps emulate the feats of last season. Pero Cameron for 3, and doesn't go. In with the board, and he brings it back for Adelaide. Foreman, Oscar Foreman. So the 36ers, let's see what they've got. Looking to extend their lead. And Reeves' shot comes off the iron, and Thompson with the board for the Breakers. There's a foot violation.
With me.
The one thing I'm surprised about this Adelaide side is they're not shy to shoot the ball. They're pretty much 3 or 4 passes down the court and then they jack it up. So obviously they're looking for an up-tempo game.
Thompson now. Thompson goes to the rack, can't get it to go off the glass, and Ing comes away with it once more. He's a busy little player. Ing pulls up, goes for 3, never looked like missing. That is splash, splash, splash.
I watched him in the warm-ups. He made 15 in a row. So the guy can shoot.
Pepper and Thompson. Thompson guarded by Farley. Olsen is back there. Opening stages of the second period. Pero Cameron across to Pepper. Can't get it to tumble. They get the rebound and the foul.
That basket there was created by Pero Cameron. He drove into the hole. He drew Big Ben Pepper's man, dropped it off the Ben. Ben missed the easy shot. Here it is, Pero dropping off the Ben. He missed the first one. He got the rebound, and then another foul Foreman.
Ben Pepper from the strike. Gets no love on this occasion. Comes good on the second shot. So we now have a 4-point ball game. Adelaide 32-28. Willie Farley, one-time Razorback, now back for the 36ers. Lost the handle there for a moment.
Good D by Aaron Olsen.
Farley, guarded by Olsen. Farley now puts up the shot, and the Breakers come away with it. Hanari drives to the hole, and the putback wasn't successful first time round, but finally Pepper does the job.
That's why they brought Ben Pepper to Auckland. The guy can rebound, he can block shots, he gets all those little things inside. There's a great drive from Paul Henardy. He missed the shot with Big Ben Pepper in there for the easy basket.
Oh my goodness. He drills the triple, does Foreman. So it's Adelaide now with a 5-point spread. Pero Cameron, guarded by Reichardt, and Chappelle goes shabang.
New substitutions coming in. Brett Maher. Timeout called.
So a timeout has been called, and it's still Adelaide in control. The margin to the 36ers at 35-33.
And she is not happy. There's nothing his girlfriend. He is absolutely loved her.
So the Breakers now getting a chance to talk things over, as it were.
Farley, just keep building it up. Key thing is it's nice to see our smaller players competing on the boards down there. And all of us understand if we go too deep to help, you've got to get in a position where you can come out and make it a contest. You know, we're going to repeat it because it might be the death of us, but we need to be onto the man that's got the ball. Okay? Right? When they start to penetrate, people off the ball need to be aware, am I one pass away or am I in the help position? Right? And then we're active so we can dig in.
Franco Sego, no prizes for guessing. He is big on D. Let's listen in to Phil Smythe.
Just be aware of the back screens if you can set them. If not, the penetration certainly. Okay, here we go. Let's go.
An interesting thing that Frank was talking about, he talked about it at the end of the first quarter, was the offensive rebounding. We're getting killed on the offensive boards. It's a simple thing. He's telling us to play up tight on them defensively, and we're getting caught because they're getting inside for the easy rebounds. We've got to put a body on the Adelaide players and keep them off the boards.
Well, the Sixers, they'll polish the glass till the cows come home.
But a Kleenex.
And anything else you can add. So it's Adelaide leading by 2. Oscar Foreman in possession. And now they put up the shot off the rim, and they should get it back. No, they don't. Out of bounds is the call. Adelaide will get it back.
That's a miscommunication again. offensive rebounding. The Breakers have picked up a full court press on the defensive end. It's just miscommunication. They're leaving a player open. They're not talking.
Reichert combining with Foreman. Foreman goes back to Farley, and a loose ball reeled in by Ma. Ma being hustled by Hanari. Reese comes off the glass, and it tumbles for the big man. 5 points for Cooper it is, I should say. Olsen now in possession. Got it back to Hanari. Olsen. Pepper. Posts up on Cooper and has been fouled. Farley's blowing up.
Every time Pepper gets the ball, they're sending another player at him. Here it is, Ben Pepper. He's backing David Cooper in, and he gets the body foul.
Back live now, and Chappelle looking to get things going. And an open look for Pero Cameron. And, well, not quite the lap of honour, but just didn't drop for the big man.
Good penetration from Chappelle. He penetrated in and then kicked out to Fiddle, which is wide open.
Rusty Reichert, Cooper. We've already seen one dunk from him already tonight. Ma, guarded by Hanari, puts up the shot for two off the glass, and away come the Breakers. Hanari. Chappelle thought about it, goes back to Pero Cameron. And time has almost stood still here. Finally, Adelaide come up with a rebound. Farley in possession.
They're not really running offense down that end, the Breakers. Fiddle Cameron had a wide open 3-point shot there. Ben Pepper was left with the ball in his hand, and he had to shoot it because the shot clock was running down.
Shot clock down to single numbers. Ma goes across to Cooper. And a foul called on Pero Cameron here. He's arguing the point, but that'll get him nowhere.
Franco Segu's not happy. He's arguing at the referee. Paul Henardy's the point guard out there. He needs to take control of the Breakers. Put them into an offensive set.
Holmes to Cooper. Reichert works baseline, gets the job done.
Reichert is quick. He's got his quick first step. He's beaten Pero a couple of times now. Henardy with the ball now at the top of the key.
Bumps into Farley. Farley still hustling in D. Olsen, no charge foul.
That was a great drive from Aaron Olsen.
Foul, 22, blue, push, no way.
Well, speak no more.
There it is, was the push-up from Aaron Olsen.
Cooper gets the result he wanted.
Apparently his feet were set on the defensive end.
Midway through the second period, and it's the 36ers with a 6-point spread. Jacob Holmes, the tournament MVP at the Blitz recently in Cairns. Cooper. Ma puts up the shot off the window, and it tumbles for the captain. He's into double figures now.
It was too easy for Ma there. Nobody stepped up to help on the defensive end. He drove straight to the basket with nobody putting a body on him.
Hanari goes himself, and Ma picks up the board. No foul forthcoming. Ma to Reichert, back to Ma. Farley. Farley, not sure where to go, puts up the shot. Off the back of the iron, Boucher's got it, here's an assist, great ball it was, and Chappelle, never any doubt.
Great pass from Dylan Boucher. Mike Chappelle running the lanes hard and a nice finish. The the first fast break opportunity we've seen by the Breakers in this first half.
5:18 remaining in the second period. And it is Adelaide still by 6. Rijkaard. And doesn't drop for him. Chappelle in possession. Boucher back to Chappelle. The open look. Doesn't nail it.
It was a good look from Chappelle. You've got to shoot those shots. You're wide open. You've got to shoot them.
Well, you've either got the rhythm or you haven't. Not quite there on that occasion. Williams. Farley. Brett Maher. Rijkaard.
That's probably the second or third time they've been caught. They're setting the screen. The Breakers players aren't communicating, and they're getting caught with the man being left wide open. It's all about talking. It's a great pass from Dylan Boucher.
Comes back to Chappelle. Back to Boucher.
Great
And
pass.
that's even better. Much better. Coach is happy. Redditch, the new man, banks 2 more for the Breakers. And a steal by Boucher. Boucher gets clobbered by Farley.
There's more frustration. Now that was great defense from Dylan Boucher. He nearly made the basket too. That's what the Breakers need. They need that defensive pressure. As you see here, Dylan, just a hand in the lane, gets a steal. Farley wasn't happy about it. He's going to take him out. Yep, that's a foul. That's what you call a foul.
Makes it easy for the match officials. And, well, he gets the shooter's roll.
He's got one to count.
Makes no mistake this time. Never looked like bouncing back out. So it's still Adelaide by 4, just over 4 remaining in this first half. Rijkaard off the glass, banks another 2.
It's just easy baskets. They're getting easy inside baskets, not even getting any pressure on them. Nice pump fake by Redditch. Nice 2 points.
Nice jumper, and that'll do his confidence the world of good, especially in this league.
Yeah, coming from the Seaboard League, it's probably a little bit easier. Ball into Holmes there, Chappelle. Foul on Mike Chappelle on the arm. We're just talking about Redditch. He averaged nearly 35, 36 points in the Seaboard League. Big step up into the NBL though.
He's going up, get a whack on the arm of the shot.
Certainly is.
Well, yeah.
Of course, coming into the lineup, Yona Inosa, the American Samoan who started the inaugural campaign last season, is the other import, who we all remember from last season.
He was the bully.
And a big bully at that. He loved a foul. Holmes gets another 2. Nari guarded by Williams. Almost a steal there. They come back to Boucher. And it was good D from Maher there. Putting a lot of pressure there on the ball carrier, looking to force the mistake.
Here it is here, Dylan looking for the backdoor play. He's the push in the back. They need Ben Pepper to come in and really put himself down in the paint there, and they need to get the ball inside so we can try and get some easy basket and cause some fouls.
Minari to Pepper, the man that Pongs is talking about. Bounces back out, an easy board for Rees, and Williams now in possession. We talk about the paint, of course. It's exactly where Ben Melmoth spent much of last campaign.
Apart from being on the sideline injured.
Well, that's true. And Adelaide come up with nothing. Oh, my goodness. Redditch. His confidence must be sky high now.
Great try for Sean Redditch. He faked to the left, Straight up for the finger roll, easy 2 points.
Well, he was really the unknown quantity coming into this game. A lot of people probably had not seen him unless you lived down there in northwestern Tasmania. He was the X factor. Another 2 points for Adelaide. And that drops for the Breakers.
Redditch is feeling it. He's had a nice shot there. Ben Pepper followed up with the easy 2 points.
36ers with a 4-point spread. Just over 2 minutes remaining in this first half. Reichardt goes to work on Redditch, and
Redditch takes the charge.
he sure does. So he's in a bit of a purple patch, Sean Redditch.
Aaron Olsen coming into the game for Mike Chappelle. 2:12 on the clock, 49-45 to the 36ers.
Hanari guarded by Williams. Redditch. Pepper with the hook. Can't get it to go. Adelaide playing a tough D. Ma. And they spread it, the 36ers. Reese, the journeyman. Shot clock down to 10. Ma. Thought about having a dip himself. Goes back to Williams. Off the front of the iron. And they'll get it back. Just over 90 seconds to go before half-time. Williams with the inbound. Reese goes across to Ma, puts up the shot under a lot of pressure. Adelaide have still got it. Another 24 seconds to play with. Williams now with an air ball, and more pressure coming up on the Breakers. They can't take a trick. And Reese is obviously giving the referee some assistance as well. Holmes, oh, the shot is rejected by Pepper. That's a big play. And now on the fast break at the other end. Don't hang on the furniture. Redditch makes a statement in the NBL. Fantastic assist it was from Boucher. Reese at the other end for Adelaide. Ma. Foreman looking to get on with the job. And that drops. That drops for 3. Caught everyone by surprise. Williams. And just under 30 seconds remaining. If you are wondering, Boucher bringing it back up the floor. It is Adelaide by 5. Redditch, who has come into his own in the second period. Here he goes once more. There will be an Adelaide ball. And I think that is it. It is. In fact, the timeout has been called with, what, something like 10 seconds left in this first half. It is the 36ers by 5. This is what you call a block shot if you're new to basketball, and it was Pepper. That was solid goal. They certainly enjoyed it at the goal zone. And what about Redditch with the jam? So just 12 seconds, they tell me, left in this first half. Pepper earning his money tonight for the Breakers. So it will be Adelaide with the final throw of the dice in this second period. Ma is the man, not the money man though. And away come the Breakers. They can't get it to go with precious time remaining. And that is half-time here at the Trust Stadium in Waitakere City in the opening game to the 2004-05 Phillips Championship. It is Adelaide 52, the Breakers 47. Tongs is downstairs with the Adelaide captain, Brett Maher.
Yeah, Brett, pretty loose first half from both sides, putting up a lot of shots.
Yeah, I think so. I think both teams were spilling it out early. Both teams hit a few threes, which can sometimes unsettle the team, but I mean, it's getting pretty physical there towards the end, and as long as the refs stay consistent with that, we can adjust and it should be good.
What did coach say to you in those timeouts, especially in that last timeout?
I think we just need to spread the ball a bit more. They're getting right up and in. If we spread it, it'll obviously open up lanes. We can get to the basket and create open shots. So,
In the second half, what can we expect from the Adelaide side?
yeah, hopefully we can get on the boards a bit more. They're getting a few second shots, so get the boards and then push it and look to get some easy ones.
Good luck in the second half.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Brett Maher looking to get on the boards in the second half of this game. A little more for the Adelaide 36ers at the moment, leading the Breakers 52-47. When we come back, all the action and the stats from the first half.
Think there's nothing to look forward to on TV?
Problem is choice. It's just so damn exciting, sir. It's the only path to the truth. Awesome.
Good morning, Charlie.
Check that out.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
It's your choice.
So, if you think there's nothing to look forward to on TV, think again.
Connect, create and communicate with the hot Hyundai TX95C mobile phone. Now only $399, save $100. Connect to the Telecom mobile network. Create text and photo messages. Communicate with friends and family. Enjoy the benefits of Telecom's famous $10 text until the end of 2005. Connect to Telecom One bill and have your mobile phone calls charged to your residential account and never top up again. The Hyundai TX95C mobile phone for only $399. Connect, create, communicate with Harvey Norman.
You know what's good about the Canterbury crowd?
What?
They really appreciate good football, even if it's from the other team.
Bernie, you haven't been down there for a while, have you?
How'd you know?
Trust me on this one, Bernie. Just trust me.
The world's elite players compete in golf's only global series.
Excellent shot.
The World Golf Championships. He's holding the NEC Invitational. Hello, hello. The American Express Championship.
What a shot.
And the World Cup.
World class.
With a combined purse of 18 million US.
Oh my God.
It's the best golf money can buy.
Tiger takes care of business.
The WGC American Express Championship starts Friday, live and exclusive on Sky Sport 1.
Welcome back to the Trust Stadium, Waitakere City, where Adelaide lead the Breakers 52-47. And really, Brendan, there's not a lot in this one.
Yeah, that's right, Dennis. There isn't a lot in this one. But to talk a little bit about the first half, we've got our expert here, Jeff Green. Jeff, what were your thoughts of that first half?
Well, I think one of the things that the Breakers are really concerned about, and we heard Frank Arcego say, that they're not playing defence the way that he wants to. They need to close out a bit more. You know, they need to have people positioned right and help defence position. And I think that's the thing that Frank really wanted. The other thing on offence, get the ball into big Ben Pepper, because that's the key for the Breakers. If they can break open that defence of the 36ers, that's going to be tough. And on the other end, the 36ers want to keep it nice and quick. We heard Phil Smythe at the top of the show say that. He's done a great job at this present point in time. The other thing is the 36ers have shot the ball very well, Pongs.
Yeah, let's talk about the offensive boards. I think we've been getting killed on the offensive boards, and I think that's a key area that the Breakers will have to work on.
Yeah, and I think that's all due to the fact that they're out of defensive position, and so if guys are out of defensive position, once they turn around to look for someone to box out, there's no one there, and the 36ers have been able to get inside and get some easy baskets.
Predictions for the second half?
Well, I think what Frank is going to be very concerned about, as I said, he's got to play defence. If they don't close out and play good defence, the 36ers continue to shoot, this lead could extend a lot more than what it is right now.
Well, that's the expert's comments. Back to you, Dennis.
Well, Brendan and Jeff touched on that. Adelaide are shooting very well, and shooting the best for Adelaide is Dusty Reichart with 18 points.
Yeah, Dusty Reichart had a great match. He scored a lot of points early on, Jeff. What is the key to his game?
Yeah, well, the fact that Dusty's done a great job in terms of what he's done in the first quarter. He was absolutely awesome, and and that's what we need to do. We need to be able to shut him down, because he's been a critical member of the 36ers team.
Yeah, I think defensively we haven't matched up well. Peter Cameron's been beaten off the step a couple of times. 9 points for Ben Pepper, 18 points for Dusty Reichart in the first half. 73% field goal percentage, that's outstanding.
Yeah, that's outstanding shooting, and because Dusty Reichart, he kept the 36ers ahead in that first quarter, didn't he? But then we saw Ben Pepper, his dominance inside. The fact that he's got 2 or 3 offensive rebounds is a key for the Breakers. And I talked to Phil Smythe before the game, and Phil said, if they can try and take away Ben Pepper as far away from the basket as they can, that's going to help them defensively and offensively.
I think they need to get him the ball more in the second half, Jeff.
Yeah, the Breakers definitely need to be mobile, and that's what it's all about. Thanks.
Well, Cheeky the Key is very, very disappointed about losing the love of his life. A little bit sad, but very happy about the impression that the biggest man in the league has made. Ben Pepper picking up 9 points tonight.
Yeah, here's big Ben Pepper now getting the ball in the paint. Every time he gets it inside, he scores the easy basket, Jeff. Paul Henare there driving to the hole. Ben Pepper following up.
And there's Ben Pepper on the offensive glass. And he really presented big problems for the 36ers inside, didn't he? And there he is again, another offensive tip inside. And that's the key. Down the other end, good defensive position. He blocks some shots. He comes in, there's another block shot. He gets it out of town. That's been the difference for the Breakers. They've kept in this game because of Ben Pepper's work offensively and defensively.
Hopefully in the second half we can see more of that from Ben Pepper.
Well, we've heard Brett Mark comment about the boards. We've heard Jeff Green and Brendan Pongia comment about the boards. When we come back, we find out whether the boards will tell the tale in the third quarter between the Breakers and the 36ers.
NASCAR, exclusively live. Sky Sports.
Sky Movies 1 this October, with stars this big.
Here we go. Surprised to see me?
And movies this hot.
All you have to do is believe.
Come on! You won't want to miss a minute.
Hiya, fellas.
Of these premieres.
That's a nice trick.
No, no. Where's the sexy, cool, fun, smart, beautiful Andy that I knew?
It is not about anger. It's about peace.
I had an awesome time.
Are you okay?
Sometimes style can get you killed.
Oh man, so much for that good feeling, huh? What did you think?
Action-packed.
It's not over yet.
How do we start?
Box office hits.
I'm running out of time.
The best place to see outstanding, unmissable premieres this October is Sky Movies 1.
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
He's at the grand final!
After 30 bone-crunching weeks, winning is all that matters.
Unbelievable.
Oh, what a game! What scenes! What jubilation!
Experience both extremes of our human emotions.
It is a dream come true.
The NRL Grand Final, Sunday, exclusively live, Sky Sport 1. Proudly brought to you by Vodafone.
Welcome back to the Trust Stadium, Waitakere City. The Adelaide 36ers leading the Breakers 52-47. With me, the star of NRL Game Day. I have to call you the star, Owen Gutenberg. Now, Owen, what brings you to the Breakers?
Oh man, I love the basketball, you know, and I was a staunch supporter last year, and the boys' first game out west, my hometown, mate, so I had to turn up.
And what have been your impressions of the first half so far?
It's been good, man. It's been tough, but you know, there's a few new guys in the side, and mate, they're stepping up tonight.
Can I get a game prediction?
I reckon the boys will come home a bit, mate, the second half, no worries.
You reckon? And what's in line for you coming up with the Warriors? Are you in pre-season training yet, or are you on a bit of a break?
No, mate, we're on rest time, mate. Down time, so basketball time.
Yeah. All right, well, thanks, Owen. Best of luck with the NRL season next year. Thanks, and best of luck with Game Day as well, man. I love some of your clips in there. Well, Brendan Pong here standing by with the Prince of Thieves, Dylan Boucher.
Yeah, Dylan, pretty tough first half. Very scrappy.
Yeah, we were pretty sloppy out there, and so they're a pretty loose team, and I think we're falling into their style of play, and we're hoping in the second half to just run a few more of our sets and execute offense a little bit better and take care of our rebounding, and hopefully it'll swing our way a little bit.
What did Frank say to you at the break?
Just be a bit more composed and just win the hustle categories and execute our offense, and that, we know if we can do that, then the game should be ours.
Yeah, they really dominated on the offensive boards that half. One area you're going to have to work on is boxing out.
Definitely. I mean, we've got to rebound before we run, and at the moment we're not rebounding, so that's hurting us. And they're getting on the boards, having second and third opportunities, and if we can limit them to one shot, then it'll be a closer game.
Good luck in the second half, Dylan.
Cheers, Ponks. Thanks, mate.
Yes, those second shots perhaps hurting the Breakers in this opening game to the new campaign for season 2004-05. Sellout crowd here at the Trust Stadium tonight. Many, of course, newcomers to the Phillips Championship as it has been badged for this new season. And at halftime, it is Adelaide, the 36ers at 52, the Breakers 47. Well, they let commentators of all codes in here. Peter Rowe Party, Auckland Rugby League identity, and Brother Tia, former Kiwi international, also enjoying a refreshment or two during the break here, and getting into the spirit of things. Not quite the village people, the boys from South Auckland, but they certainly love it. Crowd certainly would be hoping for a Breaker revival in this third period, the all-important third period. Adelaide coming to town really with, many would say, a new look lineup, a lot of size about them this season. Paul Rees, David Cooper, both big men, big enough to scare that Kia away. And of course, Willie Farley having won a championship with the 36ers before his return to the City of Churches. The chips aren't quite down for the Breakers at the moment. The margin, after all, is only 5.
Interesting comments from Dylan Boucher at half-time. pretty much what we talked about in the first half. Their defence needs to pick up, dominate the offensive rebounds, and score some points. They're not shooting the ball well. 44% to 49% of the Adelaide 36ers from the field, and shooting 45% from the three-point line and 50%, which is a great shooting percentage for the Adelaide 36ers.
So we're all set now for the second half of this opening game. Play back underway. Brett Maher, who is the rock, of course, with the Adelaide franchise. Farley. Reese hands it back to Reichardt. Dusty goes to Maher. He's guarded by Olsen. Maher. Shot clock almost expired, and they don't get it away. Well, as I say in the classics, a bad shot is better than no shot.
Yeah, that was great defence by the New Zealand Breakers. That was a good call too there, Costo. Paul Henardy with the ball. Sean Redditch has really picked up his game since the last quarter.
So the Breakers now looking to narrow the deficit. The shot clock down to single numbers. Chappell goes across to Redditch for three and doesn't go for him. And they push it back up the floor, the Sixers. Reese, Farley. Now Jacob Holmes knocks down two for Adelaide.
They set really good screens, the Adelaide side, and get the wide open shot. The problem is, I said it in the first half, they're not exchanging on the defensive end when the screen's being set. They're not talking. Here's Redditch inside.
Redditch
double team, triple team.
He was triple team for a moment there, and now Adelaide on the quick transition. And Farley, well, he got hammered. And you can tell when it's a good call against the locals when the locals say nothing.
With nice pass by Farley. Ooh, that was a tough call. That was a foul at last minute. He got the ball first.
Yeah, that end on replay certainly showed things a little bit different from high above, but nonetheless, Farley goes to the stripe. 4 points thus far.
Adelaide have beaten the Breakers up the court. They've had so many fast break opportunities. Farley for the second shot.
It drops, and the lead now out to 9. 5 of 6, the 36ers from the stripe. Olsen, Redditch to Olsen, he's guarded by Maher. Hanari thought about it, goes back to Chappell. Shot clock down to 5. Lost the handle just for a moment. Here comes a turnover, you sense it. They get a shot away somehow, but it counts for nothing.
They lost the ball, Mike Chappell there on the offensive end. They really don't look like they're running an offense. Paul Henardy needs to really be the general out there and put players where they should be.
Reese out of the tall timber with the 36ers, and shot has been rejected by Hanari, and 2 seconds left on the shot clock. That has to go, and it does. Somehow it dropped for Reese.
What a great fadeaway shot.
How did he do it? I'll never know. They've scored the last 9, Adelaide, so they're on a good run here. On either side at half-time, Redditch goes to work, and off the glass, Pepper banks another 2, and that steadies the ship. A much-needed bucket there for the Breakers.
A 9-0 run there for Costa. That was a great backdoor play by Holmes. There again, getting caught on the back screen, Mike Chappell. Defensively, the person that's setting the screen on Mike Chappell should be talking. He didn't know where he was. The defensive thieves back into the game. Dylan Boucher.
Jacob Holmes.
Heard a lot of good things about this Jacob Holmes, this kid.
Lead, according to the Good Oil, is the man to watch with the Adelaide franchise for this coming summer. Perhaps we put the mocker on him on that occasion. But he's certainly no rookie now, and a lot of people expecting him to step up this season. Boucher, the Prince of Thieves, as we said a moment ago. And Redditch almost lost it. Had a lot to do there, but he's been called for taking steps.
That was a great pass from Dylan Boucher. Redditch caught the opposition player on the back foot. Lindsay Tate, the young rookies, back into the game, and big Pedal Cameron. Pedal was quite quiet in the first half. Now this kid Tate can play. He's an up-and-coming player in the National League. He's been part of the Tall Black squad. He never made the team to Athens. But a kid that's got a lot of promise. He's quick. He'll shoot the outside shot.
Jacob Holmes being harassed by Boucher. They go across to Reese, and he comes in nice and tight, and Holmes was there. So now it's Adelaide out to 11. The lead's starting to balloon.
Frank Arcega won't be happy with that. Communication again on the defensive end. Really getting hurt defensively.
Boucher fires it across to Olsen. He puts up the jumper off the glass. He'll take that.
It's a great shot from Aaron. 2 steps to his right, off the glass, 2 points.
9-point spread, Reichard, and now Marr driving to the hole, going baseline. Goes back to Holmes from 3-point land. And Frank Arcego has had enough. An early timeout in this third period. It is the 36ers by 12. Still a lot of clock left in this one, Brendan Pongia, but the alarm bells are ringing for Frank Arcego.
They're playing good defense. The problem is their help defense. They're over-helping. A man's getting beaten one-on-one. The person's coming across to help on the opposite side and leaving his man wide open. They've got to play one-on-one defense a lot tougher, a lot better. They can't afford to be beaten by that first step.
And the goal zone, not a lot to cheer about at the moment. Very subdued, to say the least.
Back in a man-to-man. We're going in the business, secure some rebounds and run.
Coach Frank Arcego not happy there. But Costa, it's not over till it's over, mate. I've seen the Breakers come back from a deficit bigger than this. 8-12 still left in the third quarter.
Well, as I said, a lot of clock left in this one. 12-point ball game. 8 minutes to go in this third period. Boucher across to Pepper. Olsen goes to Boucher. Hero Cameron getting that big frame in the paint. Shot clock down to single numbers. Off the glass, and it tumbles for the big man.
The great thing about Pedal Cameron in the post, he gets the ball. He's dangerous because he's got a great pass on him. Plus, it's a big body. What, 120 kgs in there?
That's trimmed down. Another turnover against the 36ers. Inviting the Breakers back into this one. Olsen and Tate combining. Tate kicks it out to Pero Cameron. Doesn't go for the co-captain. And it is Holmes pushing it back up the floor straight away. Marr and Reese. Reese back to Holmes. Guarded by Olsen. Marr thought about it. And now Reese. Shot clock down to 5. Still ticking away. Reichard with an air ball this time. And away come the Breakers. Pero Cameron. Olsen. And there was an open look there for a moment for Tate, but he just didn't get the ball quickly enough. Boucher. Shot clock down to single numbers. Pepper. Posting up on Reese. Good D from Adelaide. The 36ers come away with possession. Holmes straight away back up the floor. Willie Farley for 3. off the front of the iron. End-to-end stuff here in Auckland, and Olsen goes to the other end and gets it in the hole.
It's good play by the Breakers. Another easy 2-point basket. Playing a lot better defense now, one-on-one. There we go, Peter Cameron on the break. Pass it off to Olsen. Good finish by Aaron Olsen. He had 2 options there.
Foul's been called.
It was the big Cody arm there made of Peter Cameron. For holding.
Yeah, it's his third PC. His third foul for the night. And Holmes. A lot of traffic under the rim. They go to Farley. Reichardt lost the handle on it. And another turnover, this time against the Breakers. So it's Willie Farley now in possession for the 36ers. Frustrating play indeed for Frank Arcego, the head coach of the Breakers. And now they look for 3 from Ma, but they were settled for 2 thanks to Reichardt.
Yeah, both guards were above the keyhole, and they're 2 players wide open. They didn't put a body on anybody. No boxing out.
Reichardt now leading all scorers with 20. Olsen. Boucher. Not sure where to go. And a foot violation has been called.
They're really struggling to run an offense, the New Zealand Breakers. Adelaide is switching a lot on the defense.
Willie Farley checks out of the game. Tate, guarded by Ing. Olsen. And a charge foul has been called. Cooper stood his ground. Arcego is cranky Frankie.
It was a tough call on Aaron Olsen then. Cranky Frankie.
Well, he wasn't happy, was he?
Here it is. Aaron comes around. Yeah, he had his feet set. That was a great play. Great defensive. Pero Cameron arguing there.
Oscar Foreman to Ing. 5 minutes remaining in this third period. And that drops for 3. Dusty. Anything but Dusty.
When you think about his last 4 or 5 shots, he's been wide open.
10 of 14 from the field for Reichardt. Having a real night out here in Auckland. Shot clock down to single numbers. Pero Cameron in the paint, back to Olsen. And that drops from 3-point land. And boy, oh boy, did they need that.
There you go, there's Pero Cameron showing an array of skills there. Penetration, the kick to the shooter, miscommunication again.
Oscar
Foreman wide open.
Well, he needed no invitation. If you can do it, so can we, says Oscar. And it's still Adelaide by 13 points here at the Trust Stadium. Olsen gets 2 back for the Breakers. He moves to 13 points. There's Aaron Olsen. Brett Maher. Ing can shoot. Got fouled. Tate was all over him like a rash.
Yeah. Lindsay should know better than that, especially fouling on the 3-point line. Ing, who can shoot the 3, gets 3 from the charity stripe.
Phil Smythe expecting big things of young Darren. His rookie season last summer.
Sean Redditch looking to sub into the game.
And this is the third, of course, because it came from beyond the arc. And he makes you pay all right, this kid. Tate, the man who brought about that 3-point play. Thompson gives it to Pero Cameron. Shot clock down to single numbers. Gets the roll. looking to get the bonus.
For a big man, he's got quick feet. People are surprised when they guard him. He looks like Melman and his brother, as you said before, but he's got such a quick step.
Well, he's a wide-bodied jet with the zip of a Cessna. And look, I look at him now and he certainly looks a lot slimmer, a lot more taut than last summer.
I think you'll see Pedro, especially in this game, he'll start taking control of the game, especially late in this quarter and early in the next quarter. He realises his team's down, he's a leader, and he'll take that upon his shoulders.
Brett Maher, the dusty right car. Oscar Foreman, Maher. And now Ing, shot clock down to 7, puts up the shot. He's a cool customer for a kid.
It was good defence by Paul Henry, but Ing finished it off nicely.
The 36ers with a 13-point spread. Redditch with the basket.
Tough shot by Redditch.
Tough shot indeed. Deserved more than just the 2. Redditch comes up with the steal. What a play. Out the back door she comes. Redditch looking to finish it off. What a play for the Breakers.
That was that pass by Ben Thompson from behind the back.
And now Cooper goes to the hole.
That was a tough call. I thought Redditch had his feet ready.
Well, it's his second foul. Sellout crowd, far from happy. You judge for yourself.
Here it is. Pero got beaten. Cooper's coming in. Redditch his feet were firm. I'm not a referee. Here we go. Oh, his feet were down.
Welcome to the NBL, Mr. Redditch.
I've never questioned a referee in my life.
David Cooper looking to make the most of that touch and go decision.
A 10-point game, Costo, 2:30 to go. It was really a big call by the referee. We could have come down and cut it to 6.
Yes, I'm sure they'll be talking about it post-match. This is the opening game of the Phillips Championship for the new season. Aaron Olsen has a go. They can't get the rebound. Yes, they do. Olsen picks up his own. And Pero Cameron now back to Olsen. He seems to be everywhere. Comes across to Thompson, lines it up for 3. Measured the shot okay, but it just didn't tumble. And away comes Farley, Reichardt, Ing, back to Farley. They don't muck around, the 36ers. Foreman, shot clock down to 7. Time to go to work, Adelaide. Foreman puts up the shot for 3. No panic whatsoever. Never looked like missing.
That's his second 3 in a row. That's a great shot.
He has got the rhythm at the moment, Oscar Foreman. And now Adelaide, their lead out to 13.
Offensive foul on Oscar Foreman, who came through and dropped the shoulder there on Sean Redditch for the lead tackle.
And a few words being exchanged. Less than 90 seconds away from 3/4 time.
Breakers just need to chip away at the score in the last minute 30. Pull it within 10 or a little bit closer.
Redditch, Cameron. Crowd rather getting anxious now. Pero Cameron with the hook, but Aaron Olsen's there to pick up the dregs. Banks another 2. He moves to 15 points for the game. Leading scorer for the Breakers. And now Reichardt off the glass. Olsen is really lifted. He comes up with the board. He's got the ball. Will he pull up and have a go? No, he moves it on to Pero Cameron for 3, and it doesn't go. Redditch with the rebound, gets clobbered as well.
That's better from from the Breakers. Great shot from Peter Cameron. Sean Redditch hustling on the defensive boards, offensive boards. Gets the second shot. It's a timeout.
So the timeout is called. The margin 11. It is Adelaide at 80. The Breakers 69.
The atmosphere is positively crackling. What a game. What a game.
20 teams watched by over 500 million worldwide.
Oh, what a start!
In the world's most hotly contested competition.
It's there!
New Zealand's only comprehensive coverage, and there's only one place to see it.
Extraordinary!
Sky Sports.
Wonderful finish!
The English Premier League, live and exclusive Sky Sport. Check guides for times.
TAB's Pick 6 prize pool is a whopping $1 million this Saturday. Simply pick your own horses or take an $8 easy bet and let the computer do it for you, and you could win $1 million. That's 1 million reasons to get into the TAB on Friday or Saturday and Pick 6.
When you buy New Zealand's #1 herbicide, you expect top performance to come with the territory. Well, it does. Buy 20 litres of Roundup Renew Extra before the end of October and you could win a Ford Territory worth $50,000. Roundup Renew Extra.
Soon on the blockbuster premiere.
What are you working on now?
How to lose a guy in 10 days.
The assignment.
I could start by dating a guy and then drive him away.
Doing everything girls do wrong in relationships.
The bit.
Make a woman fall in love with you.
You're on. So who's the lucky girl?
Her in the gray dress.
Hi, Benjamin Barry.
Andy Anderson.
Oh, you are already falling in love with me.
I'm gonna make you wish you were dead.
Kate Hudson. Matthew McConaughey.
So it's like a dog, right?
A simple assignment that was supposed to last 10 days.
Lana, I can't write this article.
Is turning into something.
I've gotten to know this guy.
You're beautiful.
That could last a lifetime.
You'll write the article. I want copy on my desk in 48 hours.
Andy!
How to lose a guy in 10 days. Soon on Sky Movies 1.
Adelaide, of course, in the corresponding game last season, one of the great thrillers, you could say, from that campaign. Went right down to the wire. And it was just a one-point game in the finish to the Breakers. Dennis is downstairs with a very special guest.
Yes, I'm down here with Jonah Loma. Jonah, I didn't realise you're such a big Breakers fan.
Yeah, no. Decided to come down and check it all out, and especially being at this new stadium too. But they're all good, man.
So tell me, how you going after your operation? How you feeling?
Yeah, no, all good. But not up to playing with these boys yet.
Now, last time I saw you, Jonah, you were at a car stereo shop. You just kitted out one of your cars. How is the car stereo going?
No, that's going all good. Yeah, Fusion Electronics is all good at the moment.
You're still booming all the sounds?
Oh, yeah, booming in big time.
And what's on the cards for you in the future?
Oh, mate, it's just training at the moment and then hopefully hooking into rugby.
All right, and what about Breakers' prediction tonight? They're just a little behind. How do you think they'll go by the end?
It's all good, mate. They're the underdogs, but hey, they'll be coming back.
All right, Jonah, look after yourself, and we'll catch up with you. Hopefully, you said you're coming to a few more games.
Yeah, no, definitely.
All right, I look forward to seeing you. Back to you, Costo.
Yes, our thanks to Jonah Loma. Of course, he's had a terrible time, but seemingly in very fine spirits.
Yeah, how would you like to take him in another 6 months when he's leaned up?
A job not for me, and a job in front of the Breakers at the moment. They trail by 11. You can make it 10. Redditch at 16 points. Now leading scorer for the Breakers. And he improves on that, so the margin now back to 9.
Definitely need a defensive stop here. Get the ball back, take the last shot, pull the game within 7.
Ryko, Holmes, Marr. Shot clock down to single numbers. Cooper. Billy Farley. Posting up on Hanari. Marr has to go to work now. Puts up the shot. Out of the rim she comes, and they'll get it back to 36ers. Can you believe it? Looking to turn the screws here, Adelaide. Cooper goes across the mark, quick transition, and it doesn't go for Farley. And Thompson has got it with a spin move and has been fouled in the process. Willie Farley, the man at fault.
Adelaide are getting those second balls. They're hustling just a little bit harder than the Breakers. Willie Farley not happy with that call. Frank Arcega will be looking to run a play now. 71.70 on the clock.
Less than a second remaining in this third period, and it is Adelaide by 9.
The ball on the side, on the money. Sean Redditch, you're here. Looking for him to defend you something like that. You're here. Aaron Bolton, you're here. Benny T, you're here. You could well be a winner without Send the ball in. Aaron's going to swing the corner for the shot. Benny, you're going to step and drive. What you're going to do, Sean, is you're going to spin on the ball and get to the side of the rack. He's going to go strike to the side of the rack. You've got to try and get step and deny, then step and catch it on the ring. You've got to be at the side of the ring.
Sideline play that probably run at practice many times. Expect the pass to Sean Redditch. If I caught it correctly, he'll roll. They'll throw it to the glass and look for the alley-oop. See whether I was right or not.
Well, they'll have one play here to finish up the third period. And Ari with the inbound. Olsen straight away with the shot, and it doesn't tumble. No change to the score. And the Blitz winners from Cairns in game 1 of the new Phillips Championship at three-quarter time, Adelaide. They lead the Breakers by 9. Well, the Breakers with plenty to do in the final 12 minutes here at the Trust Stadium. This Adelaide lineup, seemingly there is life after Catalini, there is life after Charles Thomas. They're doing great here in game 1 of a new season.
Yeah, they are. They're really scrapping for that ball, and they have for the first 3 quarters. That's why they're up by 9 points. The Breakers in this 4th quarter, down by 9, they really need to scrap for the ball. Every loose ball we've got to win. There's Jane Long having his photo taken. He's still a superstar, Costa.
Superstar.
So some people have to step up. Aaron has led from the front.
Well, you can tell there from Frank Arcega, he's rallying the troops. He wants the boys to take a leaf out of Olsen's book, who has stepped up, particularly in the face of adversity in that third period. And he loves nothing more than to chalk up a win here tonight. Keeping in mind, Frank Arcega, well known, of course, in South Australian basketball circles. That's where he really cut his teeth on the coaching scene.
With the guards up the floor, what have you got left in the tank? You got that? In offense, get into the basic a little quicker. If not, get into your fours and be active, more active and assertive. Hey, you know they're going to thump you. You know.
And Aaron Olsen, as I say, leading from the front, shooting the lights out, or playing a lone hand, take your pick. He is hustle, bustle, put up the shot, trying to spark this Breaker team.
Yeah, he's had a go. I mean, and now this is the quarter where the big players should step up. The Fedor Camerons, the Mike Chappells. They need to step up and hit those big shots.
Mike Chappell, just 4 of 7 from the field for 11 points. Coming into this one, as I say, with an injury cloud, with an ankle problem. And Redditch, as I say, the X Factor, who has made a good festive proceedings. We're back underway, the final quarter here in Auckland, game 1 of the Phillips Championship. Pepper posting up on Rees, gets the shot away and gets the roll to boot.
Great post move there by Ben Pepper. He looked for the option outside, he had nothing. One-on-one backed his man and nice little left-hand skyhook.
So the spread now back to 7. And almost a turnover there, but Adelaide still in possession. Dusty Reichardt can't get it to go. But Adelaide get the foul.
Yeah, 16 then he went back to get it up and went over the centre line after you guys tapped it. That was legal. You caught a foul? No.
Paul Henry arguing with the referee over that last play, reckon that it went over the half. Here's Reichardt. Oh, he got him on the fingertips. Didn't look like it was going anyway.
Dusty Reichardt off the front of the rim. Leading all scorers still on 23 points. And he misses both. Can you believe it?
It's a close game, Costa. 11:15 left. 7-point game. Breakers just got to settle in. I think they need to go back inside to Ben Pepper again.
Olsen, shot clock down to single numbers. Just lost the handle there for a moment. Redditch puts up the shot. He can play.
That was a great basket there into the paint. Nice turnaround jump shot.
Redditch moves to 19 points. The Breakers have scored the last 8. Taking the game right up to Adelaide. 5-point spread. Farley. Shot clock down to 6. Maher puts up the shot from 3-point land. And what do you know? He's banked it.
How many years has he been doing that?
92, if memory serves me right, without checking the book. As I say, 1992, he came into the league. And is that rock in Adelaide? They love him.
Nice drive there by Mike Chappelle with the left hand. Here's Mike Chappelle taking him off the dribble. Nice, Holmes fouled him on the body. 2 shots from the charity stripe. And the ball in the camera.
Ooh.
12 points and 4 rebounds for Mike Chappelle. 13 points now.
13 of 15 from the free throw line, Breakers, and that is out of bounds. And don't they love it here in Auckland?
Timeout called by Phil Smythe. Breakers have really stepped on the defence the last minute.
So the turnover prompting Smythe to bring the troops in. Early stages of the final quarter here in Auckland. It is Adelaide by 6. That turnover, not exactly what the doctor ordered for the 36ers. Again inviting the Breakers back into it.
Look pretty good. Want to get the ball in quickly and attack the press. The wing guys right now, Dusty go deep, then come back towards the ball, big fella. Look to help out through the middle. Go down there, come up in the middle.
Frank Arcego knows this game is there for the taking.
Do that for a little while. They'll make the adjustments.
Frank's talking about playing straight man to man. I'd expect a press anytime soon. Put a little bit more pressure on this Adelaide 36ers side. If you notice in the fourth quarter, they haven't got any fast break baskets. So the defense has been picked up by the Breakers.
Crowd is not going anywhere, being entertained on and off the court. Hanari. Here's the breakdown quarter by quarter. 83 plays 77. Chappelle, shot clock down to single numbers. Back to Chappelle. Redditch, he goes to work. Olsen puts up the shot for 3 big ones. And here come the Breakers. You sense the tempo is starting to lift as Reichardt takes it to the hole. and gets fouled in the process.
Yeah, Rijkaard, he's got a great first step. He knew he had Ben Pepper guarding him, a bigger guy, a bit slower. Took him to the hole, sucked in the foul, gets the 2 free throws. That's the sign of a good basketball player.
Dusty Rijkaard, 23 points to his name, make it 24. A very accomplished player. The garbage man on the stripe. So Adelaide now get it back out to 5 points, the margin. 85 plays 80, 9:30 left in this game. The opening game of the Phillips Championship. Hanari, the co-captain, gets it across to Olsen. Chappelle, shot clock down to single numbers. Kicks it out to Hanari, takes it into the paint. Redditch comes back across to Hanari. Now there's a shot finally from Chappelle. Oh my goodness! The Breakers are lifting. Chappelle now, 16 points for him. And the margin, just 2.
And the key is going mad.
Ma puts up the shot for 3, looking to silence the crowd. They put a stop to it though, the Breakers.
Great box out for Ben Pepper.
Redditch, shot is rejected, gets the rebound. Chappelle for 3, doesn't go. Adelaide breathes a sigh of relief. Willie Farley. Dusty goes to work. There's a turnover. That's the turnover that the Breakers wanted. Hanari with a panic pass.
He had the open man. Redditch was open under the basket there. Paul Hanari just made the bad decision.
Margin still 2 the margin.
Redditch, both ends of the courts, offensive, defense, played great defense just that time down the court, blocked the shot. I don't care what people say about basketball. Defense wins games, Costo.
It does. They really need to step up here, the Breakers.
Just turn around, have a look.
Some stops will be crucial here in the final 8 minutes or so.
And there's some in your
Phil
as well.
Smythe knows it's game on.
2. He's got any more? He's got some on his blood as well. You got another uniform for him?
I think Holmes has a cut on his arm.
Have you got another uniform?
Or on his uniform, he has blood on his uniform. We have to change the uniform. And I don't think they have a second uniform.
Well, we've got a substitution, if not a second uniform. And Holmes has just gone straight to the locker room to get that blood cleaned up.
You'll need a washing machine to get it clean.
Well, either that or some nappy sand. Adelaide looking to regain the ascendancy, really. Their lead has been eroded by the Breakers. Shot clock down to 5. And, well, how classy is that?
Oscar Foreman, every shot he's taken, I don't think he's missed a shot this game.
Oscar Foreman, 4 of 6 from the field. And the lead out to 4. Shot clock down to single numbers. Olsen off the rim. The board has been taken by Dusty Rijkaard. Adelaide come back up the floor. Willie Farley does a good, smart move. It was on Aaron Olsen. How cool is he?
That was a great move by Willie Farley. Went to his left hand, came back, spun around to his right hand, up and shot a nice shot. New Zealand Breakers 83, Adelaide 36ers 89, 7:25 to go on the quarter.
Well, the Breakers really lifting in the back end of this game. As I said earlier, and as Breaker fans and 36er fans would recall, the corresponding game almost 12 months ago to the day went right down to the wire on that occasion. Just the 1 point in it at the final buzzer. Who knows? Could be a case of deja vu here tonight.
Yeah, well, Phil Jones in that fourth quarter was on fire, so hopefully Aaron Olsen, he's been shooting the ball well. Mike Chappelle steps up. Peter Cameron steps up. There's so many weapons there.
The Adelaide 36ers doesn't get any easier for them. Saturday night, tough engagement at the Swamp in Townsville. Of course, they're only in North Queensland just recently for the Blitz, so plenty of travelling for the South Aussies in the opening week of this Phillips Championship.
I think the North Queensland crowd, especially the rugby league crowd, have calmed down since their team done so well.
Well, you mentioned about North Queensland. Of course, they're on a high at the moment, or they were, but as far as basketball is concerned, they love it at the Swamp. Let me give you the tip, Tongs. Recently voted as the most feared venue in the league, if you like, as the Breakers now look to cut the margin here in Auckland. 6-point spread. Chappelle, 7 seconds left on the shot clock. Thompson in the paint and has been fouled for his troubles. Thompson, he's certainly been around. He's only missed the playoffs once in his big-time career. Looks pretty mean.
He's a good player, very good defensively. Runs an offense, been around for a while. Nice old head to be in the squad.
Well, Pero Cameron was caught unawares there, and Brett Maher will make you pay just like that. The 36ers captain moves to 16 points. 13 of 24 from three-point land for the visitors. And it is Adelaide now out to a 9-point buffer.
That was a tough shot for Paul Henardo there, driving inside, and he got blocked by the big guy. Should have pulled it out and actually run an offense. Frank Arcego shaking his head there.
Willie Farley for the 36ers. Goes to Maher. And from three-point land, it drops. Williams. Pero Cameron for three. He measured the shot. Everyone held their breath. And Pepper had the rebound, but nothing to show for it. Maher gives it back to Williams. And now Adelaide settle things down once more. They lead by 12. Just when you thought the Breakers were coming to get you, they have squashed them. Williams in the paint. Back to Maher. And he's been fouled by Mike Chappelle.
Yeah, Adelaide have hit some big shots down the crunch. The last three have been three-point plays.
Well, they've scored the last 10, so it's been a good run for the 36ers. A match-winning run, you could say.
Brett Maher getting fouled there by Mike Chappelle.
Willie Farley puts up the three-pointer and gets no love whatsoever. Hanari, quick transition for the Breakers. Thompson, Hanari, Thompson for three off the front of the iron. They get it back. 24 seconds again to play with for the Breakers. Pero Cameron hands it back to Boucher. Boucher now drives to the hole. Not sure where to go. Puts up the shot off the glass. Can't get the rebound. Adelaide have got it. And it's still the 36ers by 12. Just over 5 to go here in Auckland. Sellout crowd looking to christen this new stadium with a win for the home side. And it will be a breaker ball.
Williams stepped on the line there. The Breakers have really got to settle down these last 5 minutes and just chip away at the score. No need to rush shots.
Redditch back to Boucher, and over the top she goes.
Flat shot there from Dylan Boucher. Then comes Aaron Olsen, subbing in for Ben Thompson. Maybe he can ignite the team.
And he's probably shown already tonight that he's the most likely player to do so, earning the plaudits of his coach some minutes ago. 4:30 to go in this game. Willie Farley, Williams and Marr. Marr. Shot clock down to 2. Surely someone's going to put it up. The lead at 12. Make that 14, I should say. 4 to go. The alarm bells now must be ringing for the Breakers. They get one back through Redditch. They need some stomps now, the Breakers, and they need them right now. Williams. And scored a foul here.
Foul on Redditch. Jerry Cameron looks like he's injured something. He's asked for a sub out of the game. Lindsay Tate subs into the game. I think it's his hamstring.
That's the 5th foul for the period too, so the 36ers go to the line. And there's the hammy that Brennan was talking about. It's a big hammy at that.
Very big hammy.
12-point spread, 3:42 to go.
David Cooper looking to shoot the 2. He makes the first. 13-point ball game, 3:42 to go. David Cooper 7 points, 2 assists. And another one.
And they are working on that hamstring of Pero Cameron's. 14-point spread, just over 3.5 to go. Aaron Olsen, can he spark the Breakers? Maybe Chappell. Chappell with a tough shot. Adelaide come up with the rebound. Marr straight away back up the floor. Dishes it away to Williams. And the travel has been called.
It was good hustle by the Breakers.
Tate. Looking to get things going for the Breakers. Chappell. Chappell. And a turnover. Marr's got it. And a foul is called here on Dylan Boucher. And they once more will go to the line, the 36ers, to extend this lead here in Auckland.
They're not getting anything out of the offense, so they're really just trying to go one-on-one. Chappell there trying to get by his man, falling over. Earlier on, the same thing happened.
Should have bounced it. You landed.
So Wayne Brown there, the assistant coach of the Breakers, filling out the report card for game 1. Brett Marr from the stripe. Can't get it to go. Brett Marr on this occasion makes no mistake, and the 36ers into triple figures. We've just been told that Pero Cameron's hammy problem, only a minor hamstring twinge, and now Adelaide back up the floor. Farley, 15-point spread, just over 2.5 remaining here in game 1 of the Phillips Championship. Marr guarded by Olsen.
Hands on. 22, push, hand check.
That was a tough call. As an ex-player, I would be gutted. I mean, Aaron teeing up Brett Marr here. There's nothing in it.
Well, he had both hands at work.
Let him play, Costa. Let him play.
Got a piece of him as far as the referee's concerned. That's what counts. Brings Brett Marr back to the stripe. Phil Smythe surely would think this is win number 1. "19 points for Brett Marr. Fine captain's knock. Tate. Boucher. Olsen. Olsen into the paint, goes across to Tate. And the putback is good. Redditch was there. cleaning up for the Breakers. So the margin now back to 15. Another stop required. But, well, they get it. They get the rebound and Redditch loses the handle and it's getting rather scrappy in the dying stages. Chappelle with the inbound. Less than 2 to go. Let's see what the Breakers can do. Redditch off the glass. Banks another 2. 25 points for him. Brett Maher in control for Adelaide. They've had to work hard for this win here tonight, the 36ers. Maher with an air ball. Be disappointed with that by his high standards. Looking for Tate. They were the Breakers now on the quick transition. Farley goes to work on Boucher. Cooper. Williams now. Back for Farley. Shot clock into single numbers. Farley, guarded by Olsen, puts up the shot. The shot is good.
No sub. No sub.
Well, the referee's saying no substitution. 15-point spread. And we are into the final 50 seconds, and there's the jam from Redditch. Too little, too late, but
Soft caramel, coated with great tasting Milo to give you energy when you're on the go. New Milo bar, fuel on the go.
November on Sky Sport.
Rugby.
Graham Henry returns north to conquer Europe's best.
What a moment. Rugby league.
Skill and power unleashed in the Gillette International Tri-Series. The Black Caps tour Bangladesh plus 2 tests versus Australia.
That's a big wicket.
Goal.
3 big events from 3 different continents. Right there.
Sports Awards.
The top nominees are named in the People's Choice Sports Awards.
Hey, it's your choice.
November on Sky Sport.
The All Blacks Tour of Europe. Every match live. Soon on Sky Sport and the Rugby Channel.
The New Zealand Breakers 2004 season on Sky Sport is brought to you by Harvey Norman.
The quest for the Bondi Shield 2004-2005 begins today between the Harvey Norman New Zealand Breakers and the Sydney Kings. The Kings are the current holders of the Bondi Shield, winning the Shield 3-zip, winning the series, I should say, 3-zip last year. Now the Kings are looking for, the Breakers, I say, are looking for their first victory over the Kings, something they couldn't achieve in 2003, and also they're looking for that first step towards obtaining the Bondi Shield. I'm Dennis Katsanos at the Trust Stadium, Waitakere City, the stadium that hosted last year's league opener, but this year's league opener, I should say, between the 36ers and the Breakers.
So it's Adelaide who control the tip, and the new season is underway here in Auckland, and straight away they look to get us underway, and what a start for the 36ers. Olsen now guarded by Mark. Puts up the shot. 3 points once more. And an absolute age, really. Chappelle from downtown. And he doesn't let you down. Holmes brings it back up the floor. Ma, and there's the finish. There's the flush. And now Holmes goes to work, comes up with a turnover.
Sean Redditch with the blocks, just walked on the court. Great rebound by Ben Pepper, nice follow-up.
Holmes to Cooper. Riker works baseline, gets the job done. Farley, not sure where to go, puts up the shot. Off the back of the iron, Boucher's got it, here's an assist, great ball it was, and Chappelle, never any doubt. Back to Boucher. And that's even better, much better. Coach is happy. Redditch. And Adelaide come up with nothing. Oh my goodness. Redditch. His confidence must be sky high now. Holmes. Oh, the shot is rejected by Pepper. That's a big play. And now on the fast break at the other end. Don't hang on the furniture. Redditch makes a statement. And Redditch comes up with the steal. What a play. Out the back door she comes. Redditch looking to finish it off. What a play for the Breakers. Well, Pero Cameron was caught unawares there, and Brett Maher will make you pay just like that. The 36ers captain moves to 16 points. And now the final play of the game, and not quite showtime at the finish, but it doesn't matter for the Adelaide 36ers. They've won this game by 12 in game 1 of the Phillips Championship.
I think we were disappointed because, I mean, it was our opening game at a new venue, but I think we know that we let ourselves down more so from a defensive point of view. We just thought we'd done our homework on the players, and at the end of the day we didn't get over the line with our responsibilities, so that was disappointing. But but that game's gone now, and we can go over these things until the cows come home. But the reality is we've got to move on. We've got a different challenge this weekend in the Kings, who won it all last year, and have been a benchmark for quite a few seasons. So now we've worked pretty intensely to try and replicate that sort of defensive intensity that we're probably going to expect on Sunday. And our objective is to try and get in first on that. So the boys have been working hard at it. We're trying to build that up, and all being well, I think we'll give a better account of ourselves.
The Breakers narrowly losing to the 36ers, 106-94 after coming within 2 in the fourth quarter. Top scorer for the game was Breaker debutant Sean Redditch with 27, Aaron Olsen collected 21, and Mike Chappelle 16. For the 36ers, Reichart scored 25 points, Brett Maher 19, and youngster Oscar Foreman 11.
Yes, probably not the result the Breakers wanted. What a great match it was. What a great crowd that were on hand to watch it. Some of the difficulties that the Breakers had in the first game, their one-on-one defence, their rotational defence, Frank Arcego would have been working on that over the last week. The Sydney side, they're a bigger side. They're going to have to dominate on the boards. Positives for me from the last match, we out-rebounded the Adelaide side. We need to out-rebound the Sydney side tonight in order for us to get a win.
Well, the 36ers went down to the Townsville Crocodiles on last Saturday, 114 to 111. They met again midweek in Adelaide, with the 36ers looking to level the score.
He finds Jacob Holmes guarded by Brown. Farley to the top of the key. Now Paul Rees plays his role so well for the Adelaide 36ers. Shot clock down to 7 for Adelaide as Jacob Holmes tries his luck, and it's all the bottom of the net. All right, Breitgart up the floor, finds Paul Rees ready to go on the baseline, and he knocks down the shot. Brett Maher gets an open look off the back of the rim, kept alive by Paul Rees, and now it's Farley looking to penetrate and take them on. Pass for Paul Rees, little off the money, scooped up by Farley, and now Rees against Calvary. Spinning baseline, running into his teammate there, and Farley, who beats Jacob Holmes, and puts Adelaide back in front. Reichert in a confined space, but can still get a quick shot off to give Adelaide a 6-point margin. We have 6 minutes to play. Adelaide forced the turnover. Jacob Holmes to Reichert. Long pass with a nice finish. There's Willie Farley upstairs, swinging on the rim as the fans go wild.
Well, if any other teams are watching out there around the country, this is what happens when you make a turnover. Bam! Turnover, they make you pay.
Sheldon Robertson into the match, feeds Casey Calvary, banging bodies down low. The double team arrives, and Dusty Reichert strips him of it. Darren Ing gets it quickly to Holmes for the flush. Brett Maher brings them over the halfway line. Farley ready to go, measures the triple. It's all the bottom of the net. He's picked up where he left off on Saturday night. Willie Farley doing his best to make this a successful match for Adelaide. 14 in the game for Farley. It's an 18-point lead. Townsville with 4 on the shot clock. Go to Newley again, and he's equal to it as he adds another 2. A little more than 2 minutes played in term number 2. Willie Farley, not being shy at the moment, gets the quick shot off, and the other, Rob Brown, will go up for the dunk. Opening and coming up with the goods as well, despite being knocked down after taking the shot really into double figures. Adelaide leads by 11. Paul Rees puts it on the floor. Now Brett Maher against Robertson, who starts the final period, and Brett Maher adds the 2, up to 13 in the match. And Quick has Newley available upstairs for the flush. How about that from the rookie? And Adelaide looking for the last play of the match. They lead by 18. Can they put some icing on the cake? Brett Maher's alley-oop for the flush and the finish. The Adelaide fans were after.
Adelaide level the score to 1 game apiece with that 111-91 victory over Townsville. 36ers import Willie Farley top scored for the game with 25. Holmes collected 21 and Reichert 20. For the Crocs, Brown landed 17, Newley 16, and veteran Robert Rose 15.
Yeah, and what a great match it was. 5 of the Adelaide players in double figures. Some great shooting in the early quarters. Dominated on the offensive boards. Jacob Holmes, 11 rebounds. Dusty Reichert, 16 rebounds. And Willie Farley picked up from where he was the other night. He scored 33 the night before, 25 in that game. What a great match it was for the Adelaide team.
Well, there has been tons of action already in round 2 of the Phillips Championship. 5 games, in fact, and here are your results from those. As we mentioned, the Adelaide 36ers beat the Townsville Crocodiles 111-91 on Wednesday. On Friday, the Tigers, a.k.a. Dad's Army, as Jason Costigan likes to call them, they lost to the Pirates 95-88. Then on Saturday, the Tigers regrouped and ran over Townsville 112-95. And the Hawks were just too strong for the Bullets, taking that one out of 108-100. Now, the games happening today are, of course, the Breakers versus the Kings. Perth take on the Taipans tonight, and the Bullets square up against the Razorbacks. So if we look at the table, the Hawks lead the championship after that win over the Bullets, followed by the Wildcats, 36ers, and Tigers. The Bullets, Pirates, and Crocs fills positions are 5 to 7. You've got the Taipans in there in 9th, with the Breakers and Razorbacks just below them.
Yes, so the Tigers have struggling during the early part of the season, having 1 win and 1 loss. But the match of the round for me, the Wollongong Hawks against the Brisbane Bullets. Glenn Saville, 24 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 blocks. Coach Joyce is happy with the way that his team's playing, and the Harvey Norman New Zealand Breakers will be playing the Wollongong Hawks next Friday night over at the North Shore Event Centre.
Well, we're only 1.5 rounds into this competition, and already we have seen some spectacular plays.
not being shy at the moment, gets the quick shot off, and the other Rob Brown will go up for the dunk.
And Adelaide come up with nothing. Oh my goodness. Reddish. And now hanging with Mr. Cooper once more.
Adelaide forced the turnover. Jacob Holmes to Reichardt. Lost with a nice finish. There's Willie Farley upstairs, swinging on the rim as the fans go wild.
And Reddish comes up with the steal. What a play. Out the back door she comes. Reddish looking to finish it off. What a play for the Breakers.
One player that New Zealand has become very familiar with is a man who's previously been a Saint, a Hawk, and now he's a King. It's Ben Knight.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I've been away for 6 years and it's my home, you know, so I'm back with the club I started with and back with Gorge and a few old teammates, so yeah, really, it's been a really good move.
Have they made you feel at home since you've been back?
Oh yeah, pretty much, you know, you get along with most guys in the league, but a few of the guys there within the Australian team, so for the last 4 months we've been going at it, so yeah.
Gorge said it's a lot smaller team this year, so see a more guard-orientated game?
Yeah, I guess so. So I've got to set more picks, but you know, that's okay. But the import we just brought in is going to help us. So I think we won't be as small as predicted, but we're just going to stay healthy, really. Wheeler's sort of been out the last couple of weeks, so if we stay healthy, we'll be pretty competitive.
First game tonight, how's the preparation been up to today?
Yeah, I guess we've all been waiting to play. It's been hard sitting back for the last 10 days, not watching games and sort of going at each other, but we still had some work to do, so it's been good for us. And right now we're ready to just play. I'm sure the Breakers are going to be very hungry here tonight.
You yourself, how's your pre-season been?
Yeah, it's been solid. I guess from New Zealand, it's just kicked right on that, and the Australian stuff are probably the best shape of my career, so it's been really positive. I just can't wait to start playing. We've got 8 games in 22 days, so that's what we play for.
And Benny Knight, a player that many people around New Zealand will know. He played at the Wellington Saints. He won a championship at the Wellington Saints. He was a former Wollongong Hawk, now a Sydney King. He's back home after 8 or 9 years. The guy averaged 22 points a game in the playoffs last year, an asset for the Sydney King side, a player that the New Zealand Breakers will have to watch out for.
Well, there have been some assets that have changed hands to the Sydney King side. It's major changes compared to last season. Gone is last year's MVP, Matt Nielsen. Also missing a star imports, Ebby Eddy and Chris Carrawell, and the big man, David Stiff. So a large chunk of the responsibility will fall on Booner teammates, CJ Bruton and Jason Smith to guide the team. Also receiving big accolades are the 2 Lukes. Firstly, college returnee Luke Kendall. He was top scorer and three-point shooter at Metro State, his American university, and young star Luke Martin, who played with the Manawatu Jets in the New Zealand NBL. The Kings are quite a bit smaller this season, with the only real size coming in the form of Ben Knight, Brett Wheeler, and US import Thalo Green. Now, if we look at the Breakers, well, the Breakers overall will be looking for a stronger defensive performance tonight, as opposed to when they played Adelaide. Offensively, Coach Arcega will turn to import Sean Redditch and swingman Mike Chappelle to keep the score ticking over, as well as Aaron Olsen. Paul Henry and Lindsay Tate, well, they'll have a big battle on their hands, locking horns with CJ Bruton. Co-captain Pedro Cameron collected 11 points last game and will be looking to build on that. The Prince of Thieves, Dylan Bouncer, will be looking up to produce more big steals and assists this game. And wiping the boards clean is the big man, Ben Pepper. Now, last game, he was over the other side of the world, and he is just raring for tip-off tonight. It's the new addition to the Sky Sport team. He's with Brendan Pongia.
Well, Tab, welcome back to New Zealand and welcome back to the Australian NBL. You're back in New Zealand. Zealand. You've coached against Coach Brian Gorshin. You've coached against some of the players in the Sydney side. What do you expect from the Sydney side tonight?
I think Brian's a big factor because he believes he's rebuilding. He believes this isn't a team right now. He's prepared to talk about winning a championship. So he's going to be an integral factor. And at his side will be C.J. Bruton and Jason Smith, two of his longtime compatriots and guys that he depends on. They'll go small. They'll play tough defense. They'll try and hammer the boards, and they'll try and steal a win from the Breakers here in their own house.
Let's go back a little bit. You've just come back from the Olympics. What were your thoughts of the team's efforts there?
Yeah, I think that the Olympics were, you know, an unbelievable experience, Brendan, and you know, it was something that you can't help but learn an awful lot about. Learn about yourself, learn about your team. You know, we were pretty disappointed that we didn't get better results, but I think we played quite well. And if we're looking to the future, it certainly is something that's going to help us a lot as we head toward 2006 and Tokyo World Championships.
Let's look at some of the guys that are playing and some of the guys that were on that Tall Black side with you. Peter Cameron, Dylan Boucher, Paul Henardi. You've seen the last match or part of the last match. What were your thoughts of them?
Yeah, I think those guys are, you know, they've been playing a lot of basketball over the last 12, 18, maybe even 24 months, Piro in particular, but they're good. They're looking good right now. They were pretty keen after the Olympics. They were talking very positively about coming back to New Zealand and getting involved with the Breakers. I think they looked okay, but, you know, they have to adjust to the new team again, their new teammates, and this Breakers team is going to be pretty tough, and it'll build as the year goes on. They want to get results early, though, to take the pressure off themselves later.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier in the week, their one-on-one defense, their rotational defense. That's a communication thing, isn't it?
It is. I mean, they got to get the job done on the ball, first of all, and they've got some guys that are very capable of that. But first and second rotations defensively are very, very important, and I know Frank was looking at that, and from what I heard, they had some tough practice sessions after their last game.
Well, you have a good call tonight, Tab.
Yeah, thanks, Brendan, and looking forward to it.
And a big welcome to Tab Baldwin, the new member of our Sky Sport team for this season. Well, he's collected 21 points last game. We know he's not afraid to put his body on the line to draw a foul, and he nailed 27 big ones last time these two sides met. Who am I talking about? The man is Aaron Olsen.
It's gone really well. We've just been working on our defense because that really was lacking in our last game. So we've been doing a lot of work for that and just working on tightening everything up. So I think we've done well.
The Sydney Kings side, they're a smaller side than last year. There's a few changes. Have you looked at targeting any particular area?
I think we might have a bit of advantage inside with our big guys. Ben Pepper and Piro Cameron, I think, could take advantage of their inside players. But I mean, other than that, they're just a great team. They have a great coach. I mean, they're the champions from last year, so yeah, they're good.
And your own performance, you've got to be happy with that, especially last week's game?
Yeah, I mean, I shot the ball well. I'm always happy when that happens, so so if I can do the same thing tonight.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yes, well, there's now a minute's silence for Kathy Vaughan, whose daughter died earlier on in the week.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Please remain outstanding for the national anthems, sung today by Teresa Taft.
Make sure you stick around because when we come back, we build up to tip-off between the reigning champs, the Kings, and the Breakers.
And now the national anthem of New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful Teresa.
Oh, I'm starting to get those butterflies already. Yes, the Breakers are meeting the reigning champions, the Sydney Kings, after the break.
A little over 2.5 to play. Term number 1, Markovic hits the 3. Kings catch a break. Here's Evie Arra. Penetrates, found an opening for the shot. Really shakes Evie Arra, gets an open look, yes. Now handing off to Trehair, who has to fire. 2 on the shot clock, it tumbles.
He did that like it was a stroll in the park.
And it's Wilson with the loose ball, has numbers in support. Finds Evie pulling the trigger. Single numbers on the shot clock. Really got Evie Arra in the air. Dwight for the 3.
Oh! Big shot, Simon Dwight.
Come forward again. Carrawell may have travelled, that went unwhistled. Now we've got Evie Arra. The Kings trailed away on the back of a 7-0 run.
Oh, Steve. Evie Arra's come alive. He's done really tight passion.
Here's really Fiona. Couldn't get it done, but couldn't get a piece of it. Come up with it. It's Evie Arra. Firing for the lead. The Sydney Kings have hit the front for the 4th time in the match on the back of a 2-0 run. And Evie scoops up the loose ball. It's fitting that he should have it in his hands if that is going to be the case, because Evie Arra has exploded for 14 points in this final period, and the Sydney Kings are going back to back. The 4th team in NBL history. Team number 5, in fact, to go back to back. The Sydney Kings 90 have defeated the West Sydney Razorbacks 79. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2004 NBL champions back to back are the Sydney Kings.
Jacob, give me your first reaction. Anything that comes into your head.
That's me, hitting a 4.
This one?
Me again, hitting a 4.
This one?
4.
This one?
4 runs.
All of these, are you hitting a 4?
No, that's me hitting a 6.
With the Black Caps tour of Bangladesh live and exclusive on Sky Sport, what else is there to think about?
It's 6 runs. It's clearly over the line.
Senoritas and caballeros, introducing the 2004 Small Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Colt!
It's not just the advanced technology, the 16 patents or world-class blades. It's the way it's all put together. No razor shaves better than Gillette Mach 3 Turbo. The proof is in the shave. Mach 3 Turbo is the closest, most comfortable shave. It's a fact. Mach 3 Turbo from Gillette, the best a man can get.
Usually what other banks give you with one hand, they take away with the other. Pros and cons. But with Kiwi Bank, it's been all pros.
What are the pros?
They're the good things.
Yep.
Kiwi Bank offers you great value every day. Does your bank?
Introducing the captivating voice of Yulia. Her debut album, Into the West. New Zealand's newest star, Yulia, Into the West, out now.
E2 Energy. Get the multiple hit of taurine, guarana, and berry. Or a tangy citrus kick.
Join Michael Laws for The Press Box every Wednesday on the Rugby Channel. Think there's nothing to look forward to on TV?
Choice. The problem is choice. It's just so damn exciting, sir. It's the only path to the truth. Awesome.
Good morning, Charlie.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
It's your choice.
So, if you think there's nothing to look forward to on TV, think again.
The Sydney Kings come to town not only as holders of the Bondi Shield, but as reigning NBL champions. However, the team of 2004 has some key changes to that of 2003. Gone is the league's MVP, Matt Nielsen, as well as their key outside shooter, Ebiere.
Kings catch a break. Here's Ebiere up.
The responsibility to drive this team towards another championship will fall upon the Kings point guard, CJ Bruton.
They swing the ball around the perimeter for CJ Triple.
The Breakers will be looking to their North American connection to lead them to their first ever win over the Kings. Sean Redditch made his impact on the league in Game 1. Mike Chappell has averaged 20 points per game against the Kings. And Aaron Olsen will be looking to add to his 27-point haul from their last meeting. Live from the Trust Stadium, Waitakere City, it's the Breakers versus the Kings. Come and join the revolution as the Breakers attempt to overthrow the Kings. I'm Dennis Katsanos, and we are travelling into uncharted territory for the Breakers today as they attempt to beat the Kings, something they failed to do in 2003.
The 2004 NBL champions back-to-back are the Sydney Kings.
The NBL's champion team, the Sydney Kings, swept the Breakers 3-0 in the series for the Bondi Shield. Stellar performances from the league's MVP, Matt Nielsen, led the way for the Kings, ably backed up by import Ebby Eddy. It was Eddy who top scored in Game 1 with 29 points and followed that up with 37 in Game 2. He was, however, outdone by Matt Nielsen, who scored 41 in Game 2 and 99 points throughout the series at a 33 points per game average. Eddy scored 82 points at 27.3 a game. For the Breakers, Mike Chappell and Phil Jones both scored 60 points at 20 a game, while Aaron Olsen led the Breakers in Game 3 with a 27-point game. The Kings beat the Breakers 93-83 in front of a capacity crowd at home last year just after Christmas. Then in January they secured the Bondi Shield with a 109-99 victory, and the Kings showed no love to the Breakers on Valentine's Day last year, winning 120-104 to take the clean sweep. So the head-to-head sits at 3-0 to the Kings, with Phil Jones and Mike Chappell the top performers for the Breakers last season, averaging 20 points per game. Two names absent from the Kings roster this year devastated the Breakers last season. Matt Nielsen with 32.67 points per game, and import Ebby Eddy with 27.3. Returning, however, is their superstar point guard, the man with the ever-changing hairdo. Yes, it's the Aussie boomer, CJ Bruton.
Well, he's only practiced twice with the team, and what we've got done is, is pretty impressive with the time that we've had together. And I think that in the long run we're going to be fine. But right now, just getting him to understand what we're going through and what our culture's all about.
What can we expect from the Kings tonight?
Well, we're going to be up and down, pushing the ball up and down the court pretty fast, and trying to take advantage of the mismatches, and also getting second shots is a key for us, and keeping the pressure on the ball.
You got a smaller team this year. Obviously, and the Breakers have picked up Ben Pepper in the middle. They're looking a lot stronger. Sean Redditch, guys, you got to keep an eye on.
Oh yeah, no doubt. But you can't go past Perro, Mike Chappell, and their backcourt. That's the key. The group that's been there in the past is a group that you worry about. The guys that are coming this year, they're trying to make a statement. From the past to this year, coming into a new team. But more importantly, we're focusing on ourselves tonight and making sure that we get our communication down, and we keep pressure on the ball, and we look after the ball.
Well, more responsibility will fall on the shoulders of CJ Bruton and his boomer teammate Jason Smith this year, as there are some big names missing from this Kings outfit this season, Jason.
Yes, a changing of the guard for the Sydney Kings. Ebby Ara, Carroll, Nielsen, Stiff. A lot of comings and goings during the winter months for the Sydney Kings, and really a new look starting five for Game 1 of this new season for the Kings.
That puts the pressure on Brian Gorgian to mold this new group into a playing unit that can possibly get that historic NBL three-peat for the Sydney Kings.
Yes, no side has ever done that. Brisbane going close in the mid-80s. Can Sydney do it? It'll all start tonight.
We're the smallest team in NBL history. No, we're excited to be playing. Obviously, we have our issue this year is how we cover our bigs. With the loss of Matty Nielsen and the loss of Dave Stiff, and coming down here without Mark. We've just added him over the last 4 or 5 days, and so we're thin in the front line as far as size goes. So we're going to have to play you know, some real good small ball tonight in order to compete with the Breakers.
You got Ben Knight, obviously he's an addition to the side. He's a good asset.
Yeah, he's been our style of play. We like to play off the elbows and the short corners, and we like guys that are mobile. He can shoot from 15 feet. He's a pretty good passer. He's really keen to get better and improve. He was really excited to join our team. And like I said, I mean, we've had some struggles on getting this team organized this year, and he's been a constant at practice, and he's been great for the team.
Well, there's a component to this Kings team that the experts call the gorge factor, which is something special that Coach Gorgian produces for the team. Doesn't matter what squad he's got, how many defections he's had. I'm sure the Sydney Kings team will be running for that title this year. Brian Gorgian, the most successful coach in the Phillips Championship, a 69% success rate. He has won 4 championships and also won 4 Coach of the Year awards. However, his side is a little bit shorter this year, and that's something that'll suit the biggest man in the league, breaker Ben Pepper, just fine.
They'll be fired up. They'll be ready to go. You know, anytime you play a Brian Gorgian coach team, it's going to be pretty tough night at the office. They're going to play hard defence, and they're well drilled. So it'll be tough, but I guess it's up to us to match that intensity, which is the goal.
A few other key players: Jason Smith, Ben Knight. Obviously, Ben's come over from Wollongong. A key signing for them.
Yeah, Benny's a solid player. You know, he's pretty good shooting the mid-range jumper. He rebounds hard, fundamentally sound. He's just a good player, smart player. Jason, you know, he's very athletic, very good defender. Just really gets them going defensively. Gets in the lanes and plays aggressive, and I guess ignites them a fair bit.
They're probably not the side they were last year, losing a lot of players. They've got a lot of new additions. Do you expect them to be a top 4 team this year?
I do, yeah. I think they'll be up there. History shows any team that Brian has coached is pretty much going to be in the top 4. To a certain, I mean, I think he may maybe never miss the top 4, maybe first year or something. But I think they'll be around the mark. They've got some talent and they work hard. So I think they'll be around the mark.
Yes, Ben Pepper, 213 centimetres of tall timber from Western Australia. He'll be looking to polish the glass tonight. A pretty strong starting 5 for the home team. Aaron Olsen, need I remind you, on fire last time these two sides met. 27 points. That was on Valentine's Day this year.
It is a strong starting 5 with Hanari at the point and hot shooting Aaron Olsen, you know, with the big game last weekend. But the front line is where it's all going to happen with Pepper, Cameron, and Chappelle, but also this tough bench with Redditch, Boucher, and Lindsay Tate coming off to add their bit for the Breakers.
Well, I still think that, you know, at the end of the day, they may be a little bit smaller than they were last year. You know, when you lose like Nielsen and Stiff to the program, you know, some legitimate size, they're probably gone with a more, I think they're probably going with a little bit more active and aggressive type of defence, but I don't see them changing too much with what they were running. They're just, you know, they've still got their core group of, you know, 5 or 6 standouts, which and good support cast. You know, they've got some young guys on the bench that can come in and go. So the key thing for us is, you know, we've got to really look at taking care of people like Brad Sheridan, who's probably going to grow this season with more opportunity. We've got to do a good job on Brett Wheeler, not allow him to become a factor in the game. But when you look at people like Jason Smith and CJ Bruton, you know, they're always going to make a contribution of some kind in a competition. So we have to minimise that. So they'll have some strengths, and at the end of the day, you know, last year we knew in our own mind that we could play with that team, and even though we didn't win any games, thought we were very competitive, and we need to bring that confidence straight away on Sunday.
Pero Cameron from 3-point land!
We've only been together for 3.5 weeks, and the reality is that we had to make some decisions about how we were going to expose our players to playing together. And we made a conscious effort that we wanted to give everyone an opportunity. I mean, you know, we don't want to go into January and find that, you know, player 8, 9 and 10 are still sitting on the bench with splinters on their butt. We wanted to get in and give everyone some responsibility about what they could give the team. And now we're going to, you know, go through the process of, like, you know, people being rewarded for what they're contributing on game day. So, you know, that's where we are at the moment. I've got a lot of confidence in all the boys on that roster to come in and give good service throughout the season. And even though we were a little bit short last week, I'm sure that the boys will be won't accept it.
So here we go, week 2 of the NBL's Phillips Championship. It is the Breakers at home to the Sydney Kings. Our first look at the Kings in this new season. And we are underway, and it is the Breakers who control the tip here at the Trust Stadium in Waitakere City to the west of Auckland. Chappelle in possession. And Pero Cameron. Chappelle. So the Breakers with the first opportunity of the game. Chappelle going to come across to Hanari now. Pero Cameron. We get into the paint to get it going and comes off the glass, and it's the Breakers who will play from in front.
Costello right away, you see Pero going to what we will think will be a mismatch against Jason Smith on the inside. I think that's smart of the Breakers to attack that mismatch.
There's the reply from the Sydney Kings. Wasting no time, Ben Knight, of course, won a championship here in New Zealand not that long ago with the Wellington Saints. Pero Cameron, the new look Pero Cameron. Chappelle takes it to the hole and loses possession. Sydney come away with it. Sydney Kings sweeping the Breakers last season. Kendall, and we'll get a second shot here, Sydney. 8 seconds left on the shot clock, and Sheridan gets it to go, and it's the Kings by 2.
Costello, right away we're seeing the Sydney Kings come out with this very Brian Gorgian-ish pressure defense, and you'll see this all year long from the Kings, and this will be how they'll be successful if they're going to be successful this year.
Chappelle, and they get the rebound as well as the bucket. Pepper doing the job for the Breakers, and 4 plays 4.
This is where the Breakers are going to have to be successful, is on the inside. They have a huge height advantage with Pepper over Ben Knight and Cameron over Jason Smith, so they're going to have to work those boards hard to be successful.
Yes, you mentioned Jason Smith, of course, his season last year, crippled by injury. Here he goes, thought about the shot, comes back, and they get no love, the Sydney Kings. Sheridan on that occasion. Aaron Olsen, the new look Aaron Olsen, hairstyle-wise. Nari, Cameron. And some drop for the big man. 4 plays 4. Early stages of this first period here in Auckland's West, and Sydney get a second shot away through CJ Bruton, and some wayward shooting in the opening minutes of this one.
Costello, CJ can shoot you into a game and he can shoot you out of a game, but he's been getting better with his perimeter game, and I think it's been a question of confidence going along.
Well, Hanari is not lacking in confidence. Brian Gorgian, as always, up and down like a caged lion, and a chance here for a bonus for Hanari.
Well, that's Paul's strength. Costello is going to the basket, and I think Sydney, they'll put pressure on him, but they'll also want him to shoot the ball from the outside, and Paul's going to try and take it to the rim every chance he gets.
Co-captain of the franchise for this second season in Australia's NBL, Paul Hanari. And he makes the play. 7 plays 4. Breakers over the Kings. Kendall has been fouled. Cameron, the man at fault.
Costello, we heard CJ before the game in his interview talking about having to play an up-tempo game. This is a very small Kings lineup they're starting out with, and I expect them to hit the boards real hard at the defensive end and then try and run it and shoot it quick and see if they can't get these Breakers men tired, the big men tired, Cameron and Pepper, making them get up and down the floor.
Well, it's a very small lineup when you compare it to last season, and they'll certainly be looking to run the Breakers ragged. Sydney, of course, playing in the Blitz final in Cairns a couple of weeks ago. Pepper gets it to tumble, and it is the Breakers by 4.
I think Pepper's just going to be too big for Ben Knight, and of course Ben Knight, the other end, is going to try and take Pepper outside, but it won't be long before we see Brett Wheeler come in the game, even though he is playing on a fragile ankle, I believe.
Sydney come up with a turnover. And The Breakers come away with it. Chappelle wasting no time to bring it back up the floor. 4-point spread here at the Trust Stadium. Pepper at the top of the key. Hanari. Aaron Olsen guarded by Bruton. And great steal it was from Sheridan. Here come the Kings. Bruton has been fouled. Mike Chappelle, no option really there.
Well, he's either going to have to give up the easy layup to a running Bruton or take the foul as he did. And, you know, this again slows the game down, you know, fouling, and gives the big men a chance to catch their breath. But down at the offensive end, the Breakers don't need to get cute. They just need to go inside to their big men and force the game to the rim. And that'll keep the Kings in trouble.
C.J. Bruton comes up with a miss. And back-to-back misses for Bruton. And we still have a 4-point spread. Just under 8 minutes remaining in this first period. Very uncharacteristic on the part of Bruton.
He's having a tough time picking up the rim so far with 2 missed field goal attempts and 2 missed free throws, but that won't last. He's a class player.
Hanari. Shot clock almost expiring. Has to put up the shot from downtown. And how good was it? Let's see if that'll spark the Kings into action. 12 plays 5. Ben Knight puts up the shot. Off the front of the iron, and the Breakers come away with it. Hanari. Chappelle thought about it. Olsen in the corner. And doesn't get it to go, but has been fouled.
22 charge offense.
In fact, it's a charge foul. Aaron Olsen, his first foul of the afternoon. Not the biggest crowd they will hope to see here at this venue this season, but well, they weren't happy with the call. Let's put it that way.
Well, there you see on the replay, it didn't look like Jason Smith had really established his position, so maybe they have a reason to gripe there. But Aaron Olsen will have to take the ball to the basket in this game because he won't get the room on the perimeter that he got last week.
7-point spread, shot clock down to single numbers. Bruton, Knight, and Martin can't get it to go. Pepper's there to pull down the board. Here's Chappelle. Chappelle takes it to the hole. He is all class.
A great drive there by Mike coming out of transition. And Big Ben Pepper again establishing his presence on the boards, outletting the ball quickly to Chappelle. And here he comes up and gets a little bump from Bruton as he lays it in. And this is the Mike Chappelle we saw last year.
Yes, his 4th season in this league. But certainly a marquee signing on this side of the Tasman. A lot of people were maybe a bit concerned that we wouldn't see him again, but of course he's suiting up and certainly pulls the crowd, Mike Chappelle, on his day.
Well, Mike's he's an exciting player. He's a sensational player at times. He had a bit of a quiet game last week. A lot of people were saying, well, where was Mike? But, he's coming off that ankle injury that he got at the Blitz in the preseason. But it looks like maybe he's back to some of the fitness and some of the conditioning that we saw last year.
You mentioned injuries, Tab. Brett Wheeler's on the floor as we speak. And he's in possession, looking for his first points for the new season, and he gets it all right. Brett Wheeler coming into this new season under an injury cloud, but, well, showing no effects of any discomfort on that occasion.
He's going to have to play minutes today for the Kings because with Pepper's size and Cameron's size inside, this is a much better matchup for the Kings with Knight on Cameron and Wheeler on Pepper. Going small, they're going to struggle against the Breakers.
Pepper, the biggest man in the league, and using his size to great effect.
That was just a real tough move. Better defense by the Kings on Pepper. He didn't give him the inside position that he enjoyed on earlier possessions. But Ben's tough. He's making those shots right now, and that's good signs for the Breakers.
Sheridan to Bruton, looking for 3. Can't bank it for the Kings. Hanari with the rebound. 10-point spread here at the Trust Stadium in Waitakere. Chappelle doing it himself and gets the roll.
Great individual move there by Chappelle, and again, again, you know, it's that action of taking it to the basket. I don't think the Breakers are going to get a lot of open looks from the three-point line, so their drives to the basket, it's important they get that going in their offense today.
Martin surveying his options. Shot clock down to 7. Bruton looking to break his drought. Kings not sure what he's doing. Martin puts up the shot for 3. And Sydney into double figures at last. Less than 5 to go in this first period. 19 plays 10.
Well, we've seen 2 great defensive possessions, one by the Breakers there, killed at the end by a Martin 3, and earlier Hanari hits a 3 at the 24-second shot clock buzzer after a great Kings defensive possession.
Bruton has got a slow start to the match. Sheridan. And now CJ from the top of the key. Can't get it to tumble. 24 more to play with, but Martin doesn't need it.
Well, Luke's picked up CJ's garbage on that occasion, but I'll tell you, Costo, CJ has taken 6 shots in this game, 2 from the free throw line, and every one has hit the front of the rim. Maybe he didn't bring his legs with him from Australia for the game today.
Yes, Dad would not be happy. NBL Hall of Famer, of course, Cal Bruton. Pero Cameron for 3 big ones. And the lead now out to 9. And Redditch is checking into the game. So too Tate. The key is pretty happy. Why wouldn't he be? 21 plays 12. Martin, who is a sharpshooter in his own right, coming off the bench this afternoon. Here he goes. Back to Wheeler. And Smith never looked like missing.
Really, I think Jason Smith is one of the premier players in this NBL. He's always in the Boomer squad, and he's a guy that does it at both ends of the floor. You see the Kings have gone to a zone defense for the last 3 possessions, and now you'll see the Breakers get some looks from the outside.
An air ball from Olsen, but the Breakers will come up with possession here. Yeah, Jason Smith is a tremendous player, and a real tragedy it was, Tab, to see him not take part, of course, in the big dance last season.
Well, I think Jason Smith has had a little history of that knee injury problem, but you know, he looked great at the Athens Olympics, and obviously he's in pretty good shape right now, and you know, he's back, and hopefully he won't have those problems again, because he's such a great guy as well as a very good player.
Here's Pepper with the hook, can't get it to go. Oh, it picks up the garbage, follows through, doesn't he?
He's working real hard at the beginning of this game at both ends of the floor, and he's given the Breakers a lot of production they need on the inside.
Well, Wheeler was looking for it, but he won't even get possession for his team here. Brett Wheeler not happy with the call, not happy with the play.
Well, he's doing it at both ends of the floor now, Pepper. He's diving at the defensive end to get a steal there and getting his own rebound at the offensive end. You can't ask more from a big 7-footer than that.
Tate losing the handle. 2:36 to go in this first period. 23 plays 15. Breakers over the Kings. Sydney's first outing for this new season in the Phillips Championship.
Both coaches now have gone to their bench, brought on several players. Thalo Green also in for the Kings now, their American import. A journeyman, you say, Costa?
He certainly is. Boucher's on the floor as well. Here's Tate going to the hole. Comes up with a turnover. Well, the foul's been called on Boucher.
We saw the steal from Boucher at one end of the floor, and there he is picking up the foul, trying to get the steal back at the other end of the floor after Lindsey Tate's drive to the basket was blocked by Luke Martin. You always know that when Boucher comes in the game, things are going to happen. Usually it's pretty good things. He's defensively, he just causes so many problems for his opposition, but he is prone to pick up the foul.
He certainly loves a steal. Jason Smith from the stripe. No worries whatsoever. 6-point spread. Breakers 23, Kings 17, just over 2 to go in this first period. And Boucher with the rebound. And a turnover here. Smith's away. Here come the Kings. Smith goes to Green and the journeyman. Couldn't quite reel in the pass. Another turnover, getting sloppy here in this passage of play. Martin back up the floor. And it will be a Breakers ball. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Sheridan. Well, he must have gone to a private school in Sydney's eastern suburbs. He's saying nothing.
I think the referees are going to consult here, and they've turned the call around. And referee Alan Godden has overruled Jamie Hickey and given the ball back to the Kings.
Last one, I was about that one.
Well, wasn't he blowing up politely, albeit? We've got a timeout here at the Trust Stadium. And it is the Breakers with a 6-point spread. 23 play 17. 1:45 to play in the first period.
Connect, create and communicate with the hot Hyundai TX95C mobile phone. Now only $399, save $100. Connect to the Telecom mobile network. Create text and photo messages. Communicate with friends and family. Enjoy the benefits of Telecom's famous $10 text until the end of 2005. Connect to Telecom One bill and have your mobile phone calls charged to your residential account and never top up again. The Hyundai TX95C mobile phone for only $399. Connect, create, communicate with Harvey Norman.
Their momentum, and I think Bryant switched to his own defense. Has been very good.
Well, Mike Chappell, he's a showman. He can do it all.
What we really want to watch for with Mike is to see if he's got that explosiveness back from that ankle injury. And, you know, certainly the silkiness and the smoothness of his moves is there, but we want to see the real explosiveness.
So Sydney inbound the ball. Green goes across to Wheeler, and now Philo Green himself with a new hairstyle for this new season. Pepper pulls down the board. Here come the Breakers. Chappell in possession. Hanari, Boucher, and Breakers couldn't quite convert their opportunity on that occasion. Redditch slacking with execution. Green for 3. Can't get it to tumble. Boucher almost lost the handle. Had to really rush to get it back. 60 seconds to go in this first period. Redditch. Again unsuccessful. 3 on 2 here. Here come the Kings. Philo Green makes it count.
Sydney Kings have used this zone as you really want to use the zone as a coach. They've improved their rebounding. They've been able to get out and run. And they've forced the Breakers to have to shoot the ball from the perimeter. And Redditch on his first 2 touches has taken shots. But there's another turnover. And here come the Kings again.
Martin. Boucher going for the steal, unsuccessful. Kendall for 3. Well, the lead is still there. Frustrating times for Kings fans on the other side of the Tasman. Watching this one. 4-point spread, and it will be the Breakers. Shot clock, a couple of seconds inside the game clock. Hanari puts up the shot eventually. No, it's a pass to Chappell. And, well, they get it back with just 1 second remaining.
That's a killer, not putting that one away right at the buzzer. Would have given them some momentum at the end of the half.
Let's see what they've got. We're out of time for this first period. Disappointing for Chappell, not happy with his finish to the quarter, but at the end of the first period, it is the Breakers leading the 2-time defending champions, the Sydney Kings, 23-19.
Connect, create and communicate with the hot Hyundai TX95C mobile phone. Now only $399, save $100. Connect to the Telecom mobile network. Create text and photo messages. Communicate with friends and family. Enjoy the benefits of Telecom's famous $10 text until the end of 2005. Connect a Telecom One bill and have your mobile phone calls charged to your residential account and never top up again. The Hyundai TX95C mobile phone for only $399. Connect, create, communicate with Harvey Norman.
Well, now it takes more than a robin to make the winter go. And it takes two lips of fire to melt away the snow.
And baby, you got what it takes. Flyby's members go places. I said, every week they pack their bags on more than 2,000 flights, here and abroad. Flyby's rewards you for just being you. And baby, you got what it takes. You got what it takes.
This baby needs special care. New cars have a clear paint finish to protect them. That's why we're using Armour All's new car gel. The rich foaming gel formula helps remove dirt without scratching. Cleans, shines, protects. Beautiful.
Well, Pepper, he's not small, obviously, and when you're dealing with 213 centimetres, well, you've got problems, haven't you, playing the tough D?
They have, and with the matchups they started out with Ben Knight, he was giving away about 4 or 5 inches there, and that was always going to be tough for Ben. And you see these highlights, he's shooting over Ben. The move to bring Wheeler in, the move to the zone defense, were as much to negate Pepper's impact on the game as anything else, and that helped the Kings claw this thing back to a 4-point deficit at the end of the first.
Sydney Kings sweeping the Breakers last season. All 3 matches, the margin double figures. Perhaps it'll be a lot closer tonight. Second period underway here at the Trust Stadium. 23 plays 19. Breakers over the Kings. CJ Bruton gives it on to Knight. He can't get it to go.
Costa, the Breakers have come out at the start of the second quarter in a zone defense, and right away, this will be Ben Knight's specialty. He's tremendous at finding the seams in his zone defense. He's a great mid-range shooter, and right there he took the shot, missed it, they got the rebound, and then he gets the easy layup off of a good pass.
Chappelle looking to come up with the reply, and that is nothing but net.
Boy, something I sure didn't expect to see in today's game. Both teams in a zone defense, and both of these coaches are known more for their dependence on the man-to-man defense, but they're responding to the flow of the game, and it's good to see these guys coaching at one another.
Jason Smith finds CJ in the corner. Oh, CJ, he snaps the drought in emphatic style.
And look for him to come back and shoot again as soon as he gets his hands on the ball. It's the way CJ is. He'll be looking for a seam, and if he gets a look, buddy, it's going up quick.
Chappelle, Hanari, Olsen in the corner. It's a 3-point shootout at the moment.
Great pass there by Paul Hanari. A very quick ball reversal. Found a wide open Aaron Olsen on the weak side of the defense. If these guys keep shooting like this, you won't see these zone defenses last long.
And a soft turnover against the Kings. Gorge would not be happy.
No, he wouldn't, but it was interesting to watch CJ. He wanted the ball on that possession. He ran from one side to the other. He was looking for it.
All of a sudden, he's got the hot hand. Well, so he says. And Redditch has been fouled. First foul against Jason Smith. And, well, no argument from upstairs here anyway.
He got all ball, but there's a bit of body contact down low, and so that'll send Redditch to the line for his first points.
Sean Redditch, having previously played in the ABA in Tasmania, and was one of the shining lights in that 12-point defeat against Adelaide in week 1 of the Phillips Championship. 7-point spread favouring the Breakers. Kendall, Ben Knight Kendall guarded by Hanari. Goes to Wheeler, and Wheels can't get it to go. Has been fouled though. Hasn't he been a terrific player for a long time, Brett Wheeler? Finally picked up that championship ring he so richly deserved last season, having been the perennial bridesmaid for so many years.
Well, here we see right there getting into the seam of the Breakers defense on a great cut. And he's a guy against zone defenses who used that head that's seasoned over so many years. And, you know, not the most skilled guy, but always known as a real tough competitor.
Yeah, and a terrific man off the court as well. They actually got him to design the Bondi Shield. And that, of course, is the trophy or the silverware that these two teams are contesting here tonight. Apparently he forgot to bring the silverware with him, so maybe he was supremely confident, you could say. Of course, it's the best out of 3, but Sydney yet to lose to the Breakers.
Foul is on 13. He's arm 2.
The Breakers recognized very quickly there that Kings had gone back to a man-to-man, and Pero Cameron saw his opportunity to take Brett Wheeler off the dribble, went right straight to the basket, picked up the foul.
Pero Cameron sharing the captaincy with Hanari here at the Breakers this season.
Yeah, Pero, I think, is fit for Pero, and also he's healthy, which is a real good thing. His feet aren't giving him the problems they have for so long, and you'll see a more mobile, active Cameron. That's what the Breakers need.
Tad, do you honestly think this is the best we've seen of Pero aesthetically anyway since Indianapolis?
I think since he's become a Breaker, definitely. I think probably since Indianapolis, he's in as good a nick as he has been, yeah.
Jason Smith, shot clock down to 6. They need to put something up here, the Kings.
Well, I don't think Sean likes that call. It was a shot that was always going to be a tough one at the end of the 24-second shot clock. Sean might have been better just to let that thing go from as far out as it was taken, but he contested it and picked up one of those fouls that coaches just absolutely hate, sending his opposition now, Kendall, to the line for 3 free throws.
And if he can bank them, it will hurt. And now the third shot coming up for young Luke Kendall. Getting a little bit of curry from the goal zone. But he was on the job. 4-point spread. 33 plays 29. Hanari almost dispossessed. Redic slips over, has been fouled by Knight.
2, push, baseline. No. The bump pushed him over.
It's a very clear statement from the Breakers, the way they're playing right now, that you're going to have to defend on ball right now, because every time they're getting it, doesn't matter who it is, they're putting it on the floor and attacking the defense one-on-one. If they continue to do that, it's going to put the Kings in foul trouble, or the Kings are going to have to start playing great individual defense.
Chappelle to inbound the ball, looking for Olsen. Hanari. Mike Chappelle puts up the shot and gets it to tumble, and they love it in the goal zone.
Great move there by Mike off the dribble again. It wasn't able to get any penetration, should just pop back for the jump shot. He's looking like he's got his form really going right now.
Cameron with the rebound, Chappelle with the ball. Here's Pero. Hanari, I should say. Hanari puts up the shot. It's an air ball, really, and Bruton was sweating on it. Wheeler, Jason Smith, guarded by Chappelle. It's a big matchup. Shot clock down to single numbers. Sydney go to work and get the job done. Kendall moves to 7 points. 3-point spread. Chappelle. Redic, Olsen. Shot clock down to single numbers once more. Hanari goes to Olsen from 3-point land. Doesn't convert. They get the rebound, the Breakers. That could well hurt the Kings.
Good patient offensive possession there by the Breakers, but also good defense by the Kings.
Olsen gets his own rebound. Chappelle, they shifted quickly. And Pero Cameron, it rims out. Can you believe it? And Sydney back up the floor. CJ.
Here come the Kings out running the floor again, and CJ always was going to take that to the hole, and Chappelle just didn't cut him off and bumped him on the way, so he'll go to the line for 2.
Pero Cameron checks out of the game. 7:43 remaining in the second period. CJ Bruton, popular figure, of course, not only with the Kings, with their fans, but throughout the league. Great pedigree, of course.
Yeah, he comes from the stable of old dad Cal Bruton, who really, I guess you'd say, is one of the pioneers of the Australian NBL. He seemed like he's been around forever, either as a player or coach, and he's offered an awful lot to Australian basketball over the years.
Thompson on the floor. Pepper. Olsen guarded by Bruton. Thompson. Olsen, 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Redditch has to go to work. Doesn't panic, but doesn't get it to go, and Sydney come away with it. Kendall, who has been busy. And Sydney will profit from the call there. Foul called on Pepper. 4th team foul against the Breakers in this second period.
Great job by Ben Wheeler there, Brett Wheeler there, getting down the floor quick, getting good post-up position in the middle of the lane, and really Pepper didn't have any option other than foul him.
Wheeler posting up on Pepper, and Wheeler does a lap of honour. Finally, someone knocks it down, and Sydney Kings in front. 36 plays 35. Well, Wheeler making his presence felt. Olsen for 3. Doesn't drop for Olsen, and no one there to come up with the board for the Breakers. And well, there was a steal in the offing there for the Breakers, but Sydney still in possession. CJ Bruton, double team. Dishes it off to Knight. And they'll contest the ball again, but Olsen's got it. 2-on-1. Back to Olsen off Hanari. Great play from the Breakers. And the hometown heroes back in front.
Yeah, great transition basketball there. The give it up by Olsen and get it back from Hanari for the easy layup.
Second quarter, and it's the Breakers 37, the Kings 36. Frank Arcego.
Okay. Down the other end, just keep defending hard. Let's get back into some good man-to-man.
Head coach of the Breakers, he'd be happy with this play. Aaron Olsen with the hot hand on this occasion. And here's Olsen and Hanari combining to great effect.
Aaron's a key guy for this Breakers team. He's got to score points. We all know that he's one of the outstanding defensive players in New Zealand basketball, but he's a great shooter when he gets it going, and he also can be real tough attacking the basket.
Here we go.
Just over 6 minutes remaining in this second period. 1 point ball game. CJ gives it to Knight. And I'll get it back here at the breakers. Ben Knight from up here. I thought he was going to nail it for Sydney. Wasn't to be. Another turnover against the Kings. That's their 6th for the game thus far. Thompson guarded by Bruton. Shot clock down to single numbers. Cameron to Thompson. He pulls the trigger. And Thompson goes bang, bang.
Great outside shooter in Ben Thompson, but Pirro found him inside. He had the mismatch against Bruton. The defense collapsed on him, and he found Ben outside at the three-point line.
Hanari goes himself. Plenty of defense for Sydney. There's a wall of yellow shirts. They kick it out to Sheridan. He gets nothing for his efforts. Thompson in possession for the Breakers. 4-point spread favouring the home team.
Well, Sydney hasn't shot the ball as well as Brian would like to see him shoot it. They've gotten a lot of good looks, Bruton early and several other players later, but they're just not knocking the threes down. If they get hot, I think Frank's going to have to make some defensive adjustments.
Pepper. Shot clock has expired. Disappointing play for the Breakers. He knows it too, the big man.
Jamie, 12, singlet. 12.
And Kendall sits down for Sydney. CJ trying to pump up the boys, as it were. Martin goes to CJ. Martin. The Kings. 4 points in arrears. Shot clock down to single numbers. Martin goes to work. Guarded by Hanari. Puts up the shot. Pepper was there as always. And foul has been called. And there's a few players unhappy with this.
Don't come talking to me. Don't let him take over. I don't want to hear about it, okay?
Well, you see, here's young Jamie Hickey, first-time refereeing here in the NBL, and boy, when he makes this call, everybody goes to the veteran, Alan Godden. They want help from him, but he's going to support his junior referee. Like the call or not, Jamie Hickey made it, and he's going to stick with it.
Alan, well, it's still going on, as you can hear. Wheeler moves to 7 points from the stripe. Godden still having plenty to say. Gorgin's up. And Green checks back into the game. Wheeler sits down. Chappelle leading all scorers at this point in time. Just over 4 to go before halftime. It's the Breakers by 2. Thompson now pulls up, goes for 3. Can't get it to go off the front of the iron. Martin's got it for the Kings. Dishes it back to Philo Green. Knight, Green, guarded by Chappelle. Thompson's there as well for the Breakers. CJ lost the handle. Good D from the Breakers.
Tremendous defense there by Ben Thompson. You see what Sydney's done. Anytime they bring Luke Martin in the game, it allows them to play CJ at the 2 guard.
Settle down.
Well, Mr. Godden showing all the years of experience under the sun there. A big tip for the players in 2 words.
Settle down. I think he knows that it was basically just handbags there anyway, and there was really nothing to talk about.
Thompson inbounds it for the Breakers. Chappelle thought about it. Hanari gives it to Chappelle. And great steal from Knight. He was there for Sydney.
Yeah, very good defense there by Ben Knight. A little quicker execution of that play, and they would have had Ben Pepper. So, you know, the play actually worked. They've just got to find their open men a little earlier.
Knight, time just stood still there for a moment. He said, I'll have a dip.
great shooter. There he is, mid-range shooter. Pepper doesn't want to come out and extend his defense because he's afraid of Knight taking him off the dribble, and Ben will just shoot that all day long if you don't get right up in his face.
40 plays 40. Pero Cameron for 3. Rims out.
Now, Pero's had a couple that looked good that just didn't fall for him after hitting this first one. I really like Ben Thompson. He's showing a lot of hustle and aggression out there. He's working extremely hard.
Boucher checks back into the game. 2:50 to go in this second period. Mike Chappelle sits down for the home team. This, of course, our first look at the Kings in this new season, looking for 3 championships on the trot. No team has ever done it in the history of the NBL. Brisbane going so close in the mid-1980s. Smith for 3, off the front of the iron. Boucher's there to pick up the board. And the Breakers weather the storm. Thompson, guarded by Green, who's been just about everywhere in the game of basketball. Journeyman with a capital J. Boucher, shot clock down to 5. And Martin, I believe, has been called here.
You know, Costa, we saw the Breakers early in the game going to Pepper over and over on the inside, and we just haven't seen him establish Ben down there since the early going, and they had so much success. I'd like to see him go back to Pepper inside and see if he can't get this offense going from the interior once again.
Well, for an inside presence, look no further than that man. Tate to the hole. And Tate gets it to go, and the Breakers back in front by 2. Tate opens his scoring for the afternoon. The Breakers 16 of 35 from the field. Pero Cameron at the other end of the floor. Tate with the jumper and the rebound.
You always know with Lindsay, he's going to try and attack that basket as much as he can. He's really one of the best proponents we have in New Zealand of doing that. I'd like to see him take the outside shot more, but there we see Pepper on the inside, one little dribble, an easy little short jumper for him.
Ben Pepper moves into double figures.
He will get that all day long, Costo, as long as they play Ben Knight on him. So again, look for Gorgian either to switch back to his zone with this lineup or bring Brett Wheeler back in as soon as he can get him on the floor.
Philo Green goes to work.
30, 2, push, 2 shots.
Ben Knight has brought the Breakers back up the floor. Just over 1 minute remaining in the first half, and it's the Breakers by 4.
That's Ben's 3rd foul as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see Brian get him out of there for the last minute of the half. You certainly wouldn't want him to pick up his 4th in the first half.
Just to take the heat off him.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing that could happen is Ben picks up a cheap foul or a silly foul, and all of a sudden, going into the second half, you can't really use him very much because he's sitting on 4 fouls.
He got back out again. He stepped back out again.
Referee Gotten still having plenty to say. Smith gives it to Philo Green, guarded by Boucher. Shot clock down to single numbers. Philo Green kicks it out to Smith. Someone put up the shot, surely now. And, well, it just broke down for Sydney. Here's Pepper, kicks it out to Thompson.
Pep trying to play a little point guard now. He's where he should be, inside.
And great rebound, and 24 seconds to play with again. Pepper lost the handle, then somehow got it back. Gives it out to Boucher. Great hustle from the Breakers. Unbelievable stuff. And Tate with the finish.
That's a great possession for the Breakers, not because there was anything pretty at all, because there was hustle and a real determination to make something happen for the welfare of their team.
Breakers getting down and dirty in the dying seconds of the first half. And so far, so good. 2 quarters down, 2 quarters to play, and it's the Breakers by 7. Breakers 47, the Kings 40. Brandon Tongia is down on the floor, and he is with one of the long-time veterans of the NBL, Brett Wheeler.
Yeah, first of all, Brett, that was a pretty rusty first 2 quarters for the Kings.
Yeah, you know, we haven't had really too many pre-season games. We've just been training a lot, so this is our real first opportunity to really test it out. So, you know, we're just trying to shake the cobwebs out, and you know, the Breakers, you know, they're playing really well, and I think we need to pick up defensively, because I think we're getting hassled at the moment. We need to pick that up.
What did Coach Gorgian say to you at the start of the game? It looked like you guys just come out firing. CJ, he came out, he's fired up 4 or 5 shots from the trailer, and he's hitting the front of the rim. No legs there tonight.
Yeah, you know, we know that offense isn't going to be great yet, because we've got a pretty new bunch of guys, so he's really big on concentrating on the little things like the defensive and the rebounding. I think we still need to pick that up, so hopefully we'll get some momentum, and we've done a fair bit of fitness, so hopefully by 3rd and 4th quarter, if we can still push the ball, we'll get some easy transition baskets.
Good luck in the next half.
Thanks a lot, mate. Cheers.
Well, Brett Wheeler, the man who designed the imagery on the Bondi Shield, after the first half, it's leaning towards the Breakers to take that initial steps towards picking up the Shield. They lead 47-40, and when we come back, we have a look at all the action from the first half.
Colour it up in the Air New Zealand NPC. The Division 1 semi-final, Friday Night Football, live on Sky Sport 1 and the Rugby Channel. Be inspired by the versatile luxury of the Chrysler Grand Voyager and be truly invigorated by the unique attitude of the Chrysler PT Cruiser. Feel the exhilarating performance of the stunning Chrysler Crossfire, and coming soon, the Chrysler Crossfire Roadster will simply take your breath away. And to really get your heart pumping, the Chrysler range is now available at 0% interest. At this rate, who could resist one? Chrysler, inspiration comes standard.
Introducing the captivating voice of Yulia. Her debut album, Into the West. New Zealand's newest star, Yulia. Into the West. Out now.
Raindrop fell long ago to a land bathed in green, where fern unfurled and wicker stalked unseen. That raindrop saw a land before, a land so pure. Through ancient rock, deep within the earth it went, where it became purer still, till it emerged at the blue spring and burst forth fresh, pure kiwi blue.
This Monday on the most talked about talk show.
It's semi-final time in the Air New Zealand NPC, and we look at the candidates. We also look at the Rugby League test.
Dika on Sport, this Monday at 8:30, live on Sky Sport 1.
Welcome back to the Trust Stadium, Waitakere City in the mighty West Auckland. Yes, the Breakers are leading the Sydney Kings 47-40, and with his take on the first half, let's have a look at what Coach Green has to say.
Yes, Coach Green, that first quarter a lot better defensively, especially with the rotation.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was really a difference from last week's game, wasn't it, Brendan?
the key for the Kings, I think, is that, you know, they're so small at the moment, and the Breakers are really taking advantage of it, and they haven't been able to get inside. And with Big Ben Pepper, you know, if I was the Breakers, I'd be giving it to him all day long, because he has really done the job inside. The other thing is, though, I'm really surprised that you know, the Kings didn't go back to that zone defence. You saw how successful that zone defence was, and you know, they did such a good job with it.
Yeah, Ben Pepper, he was a key factor in the first half. I thought Paul Henardy run the point well as well.
Yeah, he did. And, you know, Paulie Henardy is very safe with the basketball. And, you know, he runs the club very well, gets people open, gets the ball to the right people. You know, I think that the key for the Breakers, though, is still to keep that defensive pressure on. I don't like the Breakers going to that zone. But the fact that the Kings are shooting so bad is really not helping themselves at all. So, you know, maybe the Breakers won't have to go to the zone because, like, or stay with man-to-man because, like, the Kings are shooting so badly. However, they are a team that can shoot the basketball, so that's going to be very, very good.
Well, that's Coach Green's comments, Dennis.
Alrighty, well, we said that a lot of the responsibility would fall on his shoulders with the defection that the Kings have had. We told you he has a new hairdo every game. He's picked up 5 points so far at CJ Bruton.
Yes, interesting stats in that first half, Coach Green. 1 for 6, 17% field goal percentage.
Yeah, and like CJ, that's what I said at the beginning, didn't I, Brendan? The fact that CJ Bruton is such a good scorer, and you know, that 1 for 6 shooting isn't going to last long. There's the one that he did make, and that was deep in the corner. He had a lot more of a time there, but you know, he went to the hole there, and you know, he's such an exceptional free throw shooter, but he missed those 2 early on. But CJ Bruton, you know, he's a class player. He's been around a long time, and you know, that graphic just shows us there that shot chart. All those crosses there, that's his misses that CJ Bruton has had, and you see the little dot in the corner, deep in the corner, that 3-point shot. Look to see that shot chart improve later on, Brendan.
Yeah, let's talk about the second half. I mean, he's a guy he's scored a lot of points in his career. He knows how to get to the basket. What do you think the coach would have said to him at the break?
I think Gorgon is just going to say to guys like CJ, you've got to keep shooting the ball. You as a shooter should know in your career, Brendan, that you know, you just because you've had a bad half, you're not going to stop shooting the basketball.
Well, this Breakers team has had a good first half, and I think it's been led, as Coach Green said, by, you know, the tough inside play of Ben Pepper. But it's not just been his offense, Costo. It's also been his hustle on the floor, diving for loose balls, picking up the loose balls. It's inspirational for the team. He has led this team, and you know, they're in the lead, 7-point lead at halftime, I think, in large part to what Pepper's given them.
Well, Pepe, as you say, for a big man, he doesn't mind getting down and getting dirty.
As far as the Kings go right now, I think that, you know, Brian Gorgian's going to be looking at his stat sheet, and he's going to be saying we're getting big contributions from everybody, but we're not going to win games in this league with Brett Wheeler leading us in scoring. And as Coach Green again said at halftime, CJ Bruton's got to be the man for him. He's got to produce more offense. Jason Smith's got to produce more offense. These guys are veterans of the NBL. They're veteran scorers in the NBL. If the Kings are going to be successful, it's going to be on their back and not on Brett Wheeler's inside scoring or Luke Kendall shooting from the perimeter.
One of the men doing all the damage for the Breakers is the swing man, the man we call the Marvin Gaye of basketball. It's the nicest guy in the world, Mike Chappell, with 10 points.
Yes, Coach Green, he really has stepped up tonight. There was a nice left-hand layup, beating his man off the dribble easy tonight.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's still having trouble with his right foot. As you see there, he's trying to go left all the time. And, you know, the coaching staff for the Breakers said at the beginning of the game, they're just, you know, trying to nurse that right ankle through. But look, isn't that smooth, silky shot still there? There again. He goes through to his left, pulls up now for the jump shot. And there's Mike Chappell's shot chart, and doesn't that look nice with all those little green dots there? And the fact that he's only hit 1 3-pointer is quite surprising, because you know that Mike Chappell on his day can shoot the basketball.
Yes. They are.
Mike Chappell can definitely shoot the basketball, no worries whatsoever. Will he pick up a few more 3-pointers in the third quarter? Well, when we come back, it's tip-off for the second half of the game between the Breakers and the Kings.
It feels
a shed or a barn instead? Who can totally guarantee it? Who can lend a hand with a perfect plan? Who can total span? Who can build it fast? Who can build to last? Ah, geez, you ought to see it. Who can make life grand on your block of land? Who can total span? Total span can. Who can total span?
Well, you made it to the top and you're never gonna stop. You're a vital man. It's been a hard day, now it's time to play. You're a vital man.
Anchor Vital. Low cholesterol, low fat, omega-3. Stay on top of your day. Be a vital man.
Give it everything you got, and that's quite a lot, 'cause you're a vital man.
It's been another year of outstanding performance for Pacific Retail Finance with a pre-tax profit of $8.7 million, a 47% increase on last year. To celebrate, we're offering 8.5% per annum for 18 months, one of the most impressive debenture rates in the country. To invest with us, call 0800 00 5252 for an investment statement and prospectus. PRF Debentures, big news for investors.
Introducing the captivating voice of Yulia. Her debut album, Into the West. New Zealand's newest star, Yulia. Into the West. Out now.
Disqualifications. No tomorrow. The Undertaker.
Rest in peace.
JBL.
Undertaker, I am not intimidated.
A last ride match for the WWE Championship. The only way this can end is in the back of a hearse, sending a tortured soul on his last ride. WWE No Mercy. Saturday from 8 p.m. on Skybox Office. Book now.
Welcome back to the Trust Stadium. Waitakere City with the Breakers lead the Kings 47-40. Now, we said that the shorter Kings side would favour one player, the tallest man in the league, Breaker Ben Pepper.
First of all, Benny, that was a better first two quarters, especially defensively.
A lot better, a lot better. You could, it was a marked increase in intensity, and it shows how we can play defence, I guess, yeah.
The Sydney side, they come out firing or blazing up some shots early on. Didn't put a lot of baskets in. What did Coach say to you at the half?
I think it's only half done. I think we definitely did play better defence, but we still gave them their opportunities. I think we beat them on the boards as well, so we've got to continue that and do that in the second half, and hopefully we'll be okay. And you yourself in that first half, you got a lot of ball inside, you put away a lot of easy baskets. Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, that was one of our goals, is to get it inside. I think we've got the advantage height-wise on them. They're down a few guys, so hopefully that'll start to pay dividends over the course of the game as well. Good luck in the second half. Thanks, mate.
They certainly have a big advantage height-wise, the Breakers. This is a very much an undersized Sydney Kings here in Auckland for their first game of a new campaign.
And I don't see Brian Gorgie being able to remedy that situation anytime quickly unless he does something with his import situation. And, you know, that's a bit of a mystery to us right now. But this game, the way you look at it, Ben Pepper's exactly right. They've done it with defense. They've done it on the boards. they can do that in the second half, they'll notch their first win for the season.
This is our night as the Cats cry from Frank Arcego. Well, time will tell. Adelaide spoiling the party 10 days ago when the 36ers came to town. And Pepper, of course, having plenty to say. He may not have the C beside his name, but he has been around.
Yeah, Ben's been around a long time. He's played here in New Zealand for the Auckland team. Played several years in the Australian NBL. I think he hails from the west coast.
He does, from Geraldton.
Yeah, a small town up above Perth.
Yes, regional town up there on the mid-north coast of WA.
He's a great guy, but he's going to need to have put on a real big effort this second half to lead this team to the win they're looking for.
He was actually drafted by the Celtics at one stage, Pepper. We are back underway. Third period here at the Trust Stadium in Waitakere to the west of Auckland, and it is the Breakers with the first opportunity of the second half. Speak of the devil, Pepper gets clobbered for his troubles.
Great pass there by Pero Cameron. He saw the double team come from Brett Wheeler, dished it off to Ben Pepper, and Pep went up, and as you see here, he gets the big foul from Brett Wheeler.
Make it count, Brett. Make it count.
You see the change in strategy by Brian Gourjian here, starting Brett Wheeler in the second half, which he didn't do in the first half, and he's obviously responded to the fact that they're having a size disadvantage, and he wants to address that right away at the beginning of the second half.
Pepper now leading all scorers, and he moves to 12 for the game. So the Breakers, they've scored the last 9 on either side of half-time. Sydney Kings now looking to get back into this. They are 9 points in arrears. They trail at quarter-time by 4. And then 3 at half-time. Anari. Olsen guarded by Bruton. Chappelle. Pero Cameron. Pepper goes to work. Single numbers left on the shot clock. Kicks it out to Hanari. Cameron. Chappelle puts up the shot. And they get it back somehow. That is a miracle. The Breakers showing plenty of desperation. Cameron back to Chappelle. Pepper. He goes to work and converts. And the lead now out to 11. Pepper leading all scorers at 14.
Nice little offensive sequence there. That shot was created for Pepper by Mike Chappelle's penetration. He just dumped it off and Ben got the easy look. He didn't have to work so hard for that basket.
Well, Knight, he had a good look on that occasion. He moves to 8 points for the game. And boy, did the Kings need that or what?
Yeah, because Ben didn't shoot it well the first half. He had a lot of good open looks down on the baseline and missed those, but he's very capable of hitting those shots over and over.
Pepper doesn't drop for him, and Sydney bring it back up the floor. Two-time defending champions. Their work cut out at the moment. Knight, the back of the rim, and the Breakers again controlling proceedings. Chappelle kicks it out to Pero Cameron. Splash!
Wide open Pero Cameron. Good look by Mike Chappelle. Mike looks for his own offense a lot, but he saw Pero wide open. Hit him with the easy pass, and Pero's going to make that most of the time.
Chappelle, he's got style. He's also got vision. And on this time, he's got a foul.
Kings come right back down the other end, push the ball up the floor, and driving it to the basket, pick up the foul on Aaron Olsen.
And that's the vision I'm talking about. Pero Cameron with the open look. Boom, boom.
You just can't give him that kind of room, that kind of look. He's going to hurt you all day long.
12-point spread here at the Trust Stadium. Bruton. Smith. And Pero Cameron involved again. Aaron Olsen takes it to the rack and has been fouled. CJ clocks up his third foul of the afternoon.
Costa, this is what we want to see from Pero Cameron. This is the Pero Cameron of the old. Getting the steal with his quickness and outletting the ball quickly to a flying Aaron Olsen, who goes down and picks up the foul on Bruton. And that's CJ's third foul, and that could become a factor for the Kings to move forward in the game.
Anxious times for Brian Gourjian and the Sydney Kings. the Breakers starting this new season as rank outsiders in early betting for the championship, and the Kings, of course, at the other end. Wheels makes it count for Sydney. Brett Wheeler moves into double figures. Sydney, as I say, very popular in early season betting, despite their changes and the comings and goings during the winter months. Chappell, Hero Cameron, shot clock down to 7. Pepper lost the handle, and Sydney again bring it back up the floor. Sheridan, his second steal of the afternoon, almost stumbled there. Sheridan doesn't get it to go. Chappell is back there to pick up the rebound.
Well, Costo, certainly we can't expect either team to be in mid-season form right now, and at times they certainly look that way. I think the Breakers looked a little more settled after their game last week, but Sydney's going to have to find its legs if they are going to try and compete for a Final Four placing this year. Because I'll tell you what, right now this team doesn't look like they're capable of it.
Sydney, of course, have really dominated the NBL scene the last couple of years, winning those back-to-back crowns after being basically the underachievers of the league since their inception. But this new era doesn't look too good at the moment, although things can change very quickly in this league. Hanari here is just jammed by Wheeler.
Bit of a bailout call there for Paul Hanari by referee Jamie Hickey and Brian Gorgie, and he wouldn't like that one at all.
Chappell, guarded by Smith. Pepper puts up the shot, and Smith pulls down the board. CJ back up the floor. Needs to get busy. It's been a slow start to this game, the opening game for the season as far as the Kings are concerned. CJ thought about pulling up for the shot, and Wheeler pulls the trigger off the front of the rim, and it's been kicked out to Sheridan from CJ, and great play it was for the Kings. 3 big ones, and the margin now back to 8.
Those second chance opportunities, CJ picked up that offensive rebound. It was a deep rebound where the guards get him and immediately made the drive to the basket and found Sheridan in the corner.
Pepper couldn't convert on that occasion. CJ almost lost the handle, and, well, he just sent it out of bounds.
We've talked a little bit, Coach Green at halftime talked a little bit about the fact that CJ hadn't had a good first half. But let's give some credit to Aaron Olsen. Let's give some credit to his defense. Right here you see him, he's all over CJ. He gets a touch on the ball, keeps fighting, keeps the pressure on, and forces the turnover. And Aaron's been that way, not just tonight, but in every game for the Breakers.
CJ sits down. Hasn't been his night. Still plenty of clock, though, left in this one. Hanari, shot clock, down to single numbers. Goes to Redditch. Let's see what he can do. Has been fouled. Smith clocks up his second for the afternoon. And the Breakers will go to the line. Hanari showing a bit of claret. He has...
Probably can't see it. Way back here. Stop it. It's an open wound. Got to get a band-aid on it.
Well, looks like a cat's just come onto the floor and got him.
Not only a cat's come onto the floor, but also referee Alan Godden's turned into Dr. Alan Godden now as he's dishing out the medical advice for the Breakers staff.
Dr. Godden heard it all now. Sure he'll get a few patients when he returns to Wellington tomorrow.
No question he'll be charging them, I'll tell you that.
Redditch makes 2 of 2, and the lead back to double figures.
The Breakers come out and show a little bit of defensive pressure here. Full court press after the made free throw and back into a zone, and the Kings take advantage of the open gap that they find with a nice easy jumper.
Kendall from the corner. 57 plays 49. Redditch doesn't get at the tumble. And Smith back up the floor for the Kings. Martin, Knight. And Boucher, well, put his hands in the lolly jar, the cookie jar. Loves a steal, doesn't he, Boucher?
Very active hands. He's always hawking the ball. He's always trying to cause problems. You know, we coaches, we love trends in basketball, and I'll tell you what, let's look at this right here. First half, the Breakers jumped out to a lead. Pepper went and sat down. Sydney Kings went to a zone, climbed back into the game. Same thing is happening now. Pepper's on the bench. The Kings have gone to a zone, so let's see if they can repeat the success they had in the first half.
Pero Cameron has clocked up his third personal foul. So Sydney now 8 points in arrears. Smith says, let's get going, boys. And the new captain for the new season moves to 7 points in this game. Looking to lead from the front.
I'll tell you, Coach Frank Arcego, he doesn't like what he sees. He's immediately responded by putting Ben Pepper and Mike Chappelle back in the game. He doesn't want to see a repeat of what happened in the first half when they built that good lead and then gave it up too easily.
Redditch, Chappelle goes bang, but he can't knock it down. Boucher's there to pick up the crumbs. But Sydney playing good D. Martin back up the floor and was not fouled. Another turnover against Sydney.
And here we see Luke coming up the floor, and he may not agree with you on saying he was not fouled, but there again, Boucher getting his hand in there, causing the turnover.
Well, Mr. Godden, that's how he saw it. And my eyebrows, well, they're on the roof.
Don't question the doctor, I'm telling you.
I'll see him after the game. Here's Redditch. And Pepper in the paint, doing what he does best, the big man. 16 points and leading all scorers.
I'll tell you, Ben Pepper has just turned hard work into productivity today, and I'll tell you, that's what you bring a guy in for. Whatever money they're paying him for a game like today, that's what you want him to do.
Speaking of money, Smith is the money man for the Kings. He moves to double figures. Margin back to 5. Just over 4 to go in this third period. Chappelle, Tate. He goes to Boucher. Redditch.
Sean just hasn't been able to find the basket. Here he gets a good inside look. He's fouled on the shot. He'll go to the free throw line for 2, but just not finding the range that he did last week and not producing the big numbers.
Sean Redditch misses his first free throw of the afternoon. And this time he gets it right. 6-point spread favouring the Breakers. Sheridan to his captain. Smith pulls the trigger and he is deadly.
Well, I said it earlier, Jason Smith is just a tremendous basketball player, and now he's come alive. He's got 13 points now. Here's the Breakers going over the top for an easy one to Chappelle.
Chappelle with the finish. Martin, Smith. And scrapping for the ball is Boucher.
Dillon with good defensive pressure. Again, the active hands, even though he's grabbing an elbow there that time, he manages to scoop up the ball, and the jump ball results in the Kings getting the ball on the alternate possession.
Sydney, of course, sitting out week 1 of the new season, the Phillips Championship. And their next match coming up on Wednesday night. Big Wednesday, in fact, of course. Sydney, for them, playing host to the Melbourne Tigers. Kendall. No way through. Boucher. Redditch puts up the shot, gets his own rebound, and still doesn't drop. Tate.
As we said, Sean's just having trouble finding the range.
Pepper almost lost control of the basketball. Tate, shot clock down to single numbers. Boucher surveying his options. Redditch, Boucher in the paint, out to Pepper. He knocks it down.
Good shot there from Finn. That would be just about the limit of his range. But again, without Wheeler on the floor, I'm surprised they're not putting Pepper down inside and working it to him, going to that inside game, which has been so rich for them so far today's game.
Ridge in his 3rd foul of the afternoon. Sheridan goes to the line. Thalo Green, the American journeyman, on the bench.
See referee Alan Godden now not only giving medical advice, but now he's giving fashion advice. Brad Sheridan at the free throw line getting to tuck that uniform in, as the rules say that he must.
I was going to say, as per the rules, and boy, oh boy, are they strict or what?
Well, it's the one call they can never get wrong, isn't that right?
Well, this is true. 6-point spread here at the Trust Stadium in the Waitakere, and the Breakers seemingly in control against the pin-up boys of the NBL, the Sydney Kings. Chappelle with the open look, and the lid still on the basket. Pepper's there though with the offensive rebound, and he's having a big night out in front of his hometown fans.
He's really enjoying the game tonight. I think he's gotten himself fired up for a game that he knew he would have to be a force in against the smaller Kings lineup. And he's come to play, and I just can't say enough about Ben. You know, you want your big guys to respond. Here he is, getting up, getting a tough rebound, and then he'll just put it on the floor on the inside and attack the basket, get himself to the free throw line.
Tab, you talk about big men. I'll tell you what, this Sydney Kings lineup, they are dearly missing the services of a man they call Mr. Stiff. It's a big pickup for Melbourne.
Well, they were. I mean, all that size that they lost last year. You know, and Brian just obviously wasn't able to replace it in the off-season recruiting. And they do have that other import slot open. I'm not sure what they're doing with that, but he's got to be looking at some size for that position.
Smith, Bruton, and they shift it. Sydney getting no love from three-point land. They get the call though.
Jason Smith has really come to play this second half. You know, he's picked up his offense. Now you see him getting a couple of offensive rebounds. He's working hard. He doesn't want to lose this game. He knows that every game in the NBL is going to be important. Come the end of the season, they're going to need every win they can if they want to get in the playoffs. And he just is such a tough competitor and a tough leader now in his role as captain of this team. And, you know, he's got him on his shoulders, and C.J. Bruton back in the game now has got to give him a hand.
Sydney's away record last season, just 4 losses on the road, but staring down the barrel of the first up loss on the road. Chappelle does it himself. Well, he might have an ankle injury, but he's not showing it. He moves to 14 points.
You know, Coach Green spoke at halftime. He talked to the Breakers coaching staff, and they picked up the fact that that ankle was still a bit tender, and they've been working on some things during the week of making Mike Chappell go to his left, go to his stronger ankle, and he's done it over and over now. Here's a good steal by the Breakers.
Redditch off the glass. And you get the impression the Breakers are lifting the lead back out to double figures into the final minute of this third period.
Well, the Kings keep responding to the pressure. Here's another steal by the Breakers. They'll push it up.
Hanari with the steal. Redditch back to Boucher. And it should be a Kings ball. It is. It will be.
Well, this defensive lineup for the Breakers is making things happen between Hanari, Boucher, and Redditch, putting a lot of pressure on the Kings. And this is a very good Kings ball handling lineup in there, so I'm a little surprised to see these turnovers.
C.J. Bruton puts up the shot. His unhappy night continues. Pepper gets it across to Chappell. He's guarded by Smith. Shot clock down to 5. Chappell needs to get busy. And right now, Redditch, he puts up the shot. Clock has expired. 3/4 time is upon us. And the Breakers keep it going here in front of their home fans. They lead by 10 with 1/4 to play.
Opportunities are everywhere. Aqua shot. Pure water with a shot of vitamins and fruit.
What's birthday? How about a jigsaw? We focus on serious building products. Rapid set concrete, and we make sure you get the right product for your job. Be inspired by the versatile luxury of the Chrysler Grand Voyager and be truly invigorated by the unique attitude of the Chrysler PT Cruiser. Feel the exhilarating performance of the stunning Chrysler Crossfire. And coming soon, the Chrysler Crossfire Roadster will simply take your breath away. And to really get your heart pumping, the Chrysler range is now available at 0% interest. At this rate, who could resist one? Chrysler, inspiration comes standard.
The all-new Milo bar has a crunchy chocolate base, laid with soft caramel, coated with great tasting Milo to give you energy when you're on the go. New Milo bar, fuel on the go.
Well, the game is there to be won and lost, and Frank Arcego knows this game can be won against the glamour boys of the NBL.
I think Frank Arcego would be a little bit concerned that they're not getting the job done at the offensive end, but at the defensive end, we've seen a few steals which have resulted, as we're seeing here, Paul Hanari getting the steal, and fast break opportunities for the Breakers, and most of them they've converted. Here they don't.
And Ben Pepper, who continues to lead all scorers. Been a wonderful acquisition for this Auckland-based franchise. Final quarter is underway, and it is a 10-point spread favouring the home team.
Costa, the Kings come out in the zone and immediately look to Aaron Olsen. The Breakers hit Aaron Olsen. Nice little back screen at the top of the zone. Left Aaron wide open, coming off the bench fresh in the 4th quarter, and he knocks that first 3 down. A big boost for the Breakers to start the quarter.
Big boost also for Olsen, and now Sydney with Smith. Phalo Green, C.J. Bruton. Shot clock down to 7. C.J. guarded by Boucher. And runs into Pero Cameron.
score. It's on 11, blocked from hip.
His fourth foul for the co-captain of the Breakers.
A good penetration move there by C.J. Bruton, and Pirro just slid over to help on defense, and the bump was a little too hard, and referees picked them up for it.
C.J. Bruton, just 5 points to his name in this opening game for the Kings for the new campaign.
So everything for Bruton today has been off the front of the rim, you know, and that's where assistant coaches and teammates can come into play. Just a word, hey, CJ, you're short on everything. That helps a player an awful lot. Great pass by Cameron Aaron Olsen. Can't convert the layup.
CJ back up the floor. 13-point spread. Smith to Bruton. Let's see what the Kings have got. Shot clock down to single numbers. Smith goes to Thalo Green. Steal from Boucher. Olsen thought about it. Boucher, 4 steals for the game. And Pepper is very solid for the Breakers.
Good smart play there by Aaron Olsen. He didn't take the shot in transition. He wasn't set. He wasn't comfortable taking it. Pepper gets down inside. Here we see the steal coming up from, again, Dylan Boucher, pushing the ball up the floor. He finds Olsen. Olsen doesn't like the shot. He waits for Pepper to get established inside against Brad Sheridan. Too big again. 2 more free throws for Pepper.
Ben Pepper improves on his tally for the night. They've scored the last 8, the Breakers. They've never beaten the Sydney Kings. Is this the night? Speak of night, he nails 2 for the Kings. 12-point spread. Knight moves to double figures.
Yeah, Pirro Cameron's got to do better defensively there. You know Ben Knight can shoot the ball from that spot. He lives on that spot. Pirro's got to get out there and anticipate that play, and he'll be the first one to kick himself, too.
And Aaron Olsen, well, he had to really reach for it on that occasion. Just put his foot on the line.
Yeah, Pirro Cameron not happy with Dylan Boucher. I'm afraid that Dylan